value chains have to take into account the essential factors of this new model of growth. To debate is a priority. We have to think how we're going to integrate the different the different areas, academia, the business world, etc. To close the opening session, I would like to mention some of the projects of CoLABOR that work, social distancing and the pandemic, and the future of the work in the automobile sector, which will be presented by Dr. Carvalho da Silva later. And thank you very much. Good morning. First of all, allow me to greet the Minister, who and I we would like him to be here and to take advantage of. Once again, thanking him for the attention that he's always given to this challenge. And I would also like to greet Dr. Leonor Sotomayor, the President of the Bureau of the General Assembly in Representation. I would like to thank the Gulbenkian and for having provided the space, and I would also like to greet all those present, and I would like to thank you for your effort taking into account the fact that this morning it has been difficult to circulate because of the underground strike. Dr. Leonor has already explained what our objective is, that is in terms of the creation of the CoLABOR conference system this year for the first time, and we will try to have them at this time of the year every year. So we have workshops, and this year it wasn't possible because of the impacts of the pandemic, but it's possible that we will be able to complete this conference with workshops later. And having said that, I would very quickly like to make a number of considerations of the topics of this conference. Allow me to explain who the associates of the CoLABOR are. It is a growing project from the point of view of the associates, and I would like to remind you once again about the structural idea underlying the creation of this project that was accepted by all the associates. That is the idea that the country needs more jobs, qualified jobs, and as our agenda shows us, there in all those questions involved in this project, we have this perspective, that is the idea of enhancing, of giving value to work and employment, and we are influenced by major social changes and the geopolitical and geostrategic scale, which have an impact on the international division of work, as we all know, and the idea that it is possible to give value to work and employment, and the social protection systems depend greatly on this value. And so there's a connection in our research. We always have this thought. And that is why we have this kind of structure. I would like to very quickly And given that a year ago, the 6th of November 2020, we had the presentation of our digital platform, Data Labor, and the first year of life was rather allowed for an evolution in the capacity building of this platform as a reply to the need for actors in society from the business world, the labour world, the local authorities, etc. And here we have a very short and brief portrait of what this evolution has been. In terms of the structure, it has a number of indicators, 5,351 possible combinations that we can work on. And so we have a statistical analysis and legal analysis and the creation of simulators. For example, we created IET simulator, that is the new social service. At the time that it was created, it was 65,600 people had used it in a couple of days. And so the product of data labor technology, I would like to remind you that during the year, this was the qualitative leap in terms of execution. So the creation of a product, in this case for the Institute for Public and Social Policies, the IPPES, is working with Ishkstein, who's one of our associates, as we know. And so we developed, for this institute, we created a database platform based on the Data Labor technology, and we would like to say that steps have been taken to apply this Data Labor technology for other products and for other entities, and the platform is being developed for a more updated version that will meet the objectives of those who seek it out. And so here, Dr. Leander has mentioned two of these projects that I'm going to refer to. So I'd like to go back to the idea that we have a major concern of developing the perspective of social protection in our works, or rather, that social issues are always present in the pursuit of answers to problems that emerge in society, but in conjunction with the social sciences and other areas. During the pandemic in 2020, we had to face the challenge of observing the impacts of COVID-19 in the homes for the elderly, and so we had to go into the deeper analysis and observe the structural problems in these places. And so it followed that we developed work with a very significant basis, representation of very great representation, and social economy in Portugal. Social protection is very important in this area, and we have the advantage of having two of the fundamental actors of the social economy working with us, which is Santa Casa de Misericórdia de Lisboa and CNIS, and with the commitment and the financial commitment of these two entities. And so with CoLABOR, then we move forward with this project, and we would like to leave you with three key ideas here That will be a base on which we will reflect in order to find future answers for the future. And so the three pertinent questions that resulted from this study was the need to rethink the social response model. The mission of the homes for the elderly has changed and has been extended. Which was caused by the aging and the alteration of family structures. And this alteration has implications on the structure, management, and the sustainability of the system. There is a need for a greater response of the National Health Service. There's a part of the study which is very demanding. 44% of the residents in homes are people in a situation of dependence or serious dementia. The homes were designed but not prepared for this. And for 52%, close to 52% of the residents are not accompanied by the health centre. And so here we have to find new solutions. And another aspect, or another key idea on which we have to work is the need for training and giving value and valuing the workers, right? Those who work in the long-term health sector. And our partners are working together to develop a work that little by little will find proposals, suggestions for public policies in these areas. So in 2020, we also studied the subject of telework and the implications of social distancing that we had to experience at the time. Our researchers applied for an FCT tender at the time for a small project, and they managed to transform a small project into a great project that will continue. So the idea, the initial idea, was to telework or working from home was a question of public health, new forms of organisation of work, and so we questioned the impacts on new forms of organising work and the work that was observed. We saw the following. There was a television program that looked at this, and we had the people from the government talk about remote work, and the number that you can see here requires a little comment. So as other studies showed, only a third, that is about 35% of the workers work from home. Only 55% of all Portuguese workers could work from home. And just here we're talking about the first confinement, and totally or partially. And so there are inequalities in access to work, but there are other challenges that we have to work on. That is to talk about the world of work means that we have to observe the impacts of these new instruments, new forms of work. But the world of work is much more than this. And so the objectives, our objectives are the ones listed here. And so we can see the impacts of working from home or working in the office, and to analyze the work in a hybrid model, and to put into perspective work in the future and the relationship with technology. The more that we want to implement hybrid work, more difficult will it be to find a number of responses that will bring a balance to the perspectives and the specific conditions of the working conditions of the workers. And so there's a great number of tensions. So hybrid work, as everybody knows, is the predominant one now, but it is extremely complex, and we weren't prepared for such complexity. So, to put the future of the work into perspective and its relationship with technology, that is, working from home is here, but there are new technological works, robotisation, digitalisation, artificial intelligence, automation. We cannot see working from home with isolated, remote work on its own, but we have to see the other changes that occur from the social and geopolitical, geostrategic point of view. We are going to have to work more to find balanced answers in each one of these topics that we have shown must be looked at carefully. And finally, and a challenge that was made by the International Labour Organization, we worked with the ILO in a project run by ILO, which I believe will be presented, publicly presented in the near future. And this time that we talked about transitions, as we all know, the automobile sector is is in the heart of these transitions in terms of design of new components in the economy. And on the other hand, the automobile sector in Portugal is a very important sector when we talk about the economy and industrialization, etc. And so here I would like to say that these two slides show what the heart of the debate will be in this conference. And so we have addressed this, automation, digitalization, the impacts of all this, and we are going to continue to work from this perspective, that is to see the developments of the impacts on the automobile sector in Portugal. And I would like to say that a lot has been discovered, and this is going to be reflected in the sessions that we're going to have here today. A lot of things has been revealed about the reality of our activity in the automobile sector vis-à-vis the perspectives of the future, because we know that not only the assembly but the production of spare parts is very important, and the perspective of parts for the future is very different from the perspective we had in the past. So there's a whole number of factors that this study in the automobile sector that we will go into, and they're going to be very interesting contributions for the formulation of public policies. That's what I wanted to say. And the fundamental communications has focused on these topics that I mentioned, and as a session on social protection, social security today, and no doubt they will mention the homes, this idea of the home for the elderly, and we have to think about the social security system in the future. So we need to see all of these ideas together and see how we're going to sustain the social security system in the future. And thank you very much for your attention, and we can carry on.
bom dia a todas e a todos, em particular ao Leonor e ao Manuel Carvalho da Silva pelo convite.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I'm going to be very, very brief because the most important has already been said, and the most important thing will be the Q&A and our debate during the day. But I would, however, like to thank by thanking and acknowledging the work carried out by CoLABOR. That is the work that has already been done for the social debate, especially in these areas where CoLABOR has played a very transforming role in terms of the encounter of ideas and the encounter of different public and private institutions, technologists and with social scientists and with other experts in social activity and in the area of work. To here we have a great range of 30. We have 35 of these labs. And we have a different public and private actors all working together, but no doubt interaction of CoLABOR in this sector has no doubt enriched the studies. And so the necessary relevance must be given to the automobile sector in the European economy, and the sector has a value chain in Europe which is specific, and it is very particular in Portugal. And we know that when we go into any automobile built in Europe, there are always parts, components made, produced, and sometimes designed in Portugal. And so we think in the next decade, within the context which is the European challenge of trying to reach 2030 to reduce the CO2 emissions by 30%. We know that we have to change things in terms of mobility, and this will have critical implications, not only in terms of the value chain, but the type of employment and the employment conditions in this sector in particular. We can give other critical ideas. For example, we know that this target will only be attained in Europe and in the world if we manage to have a better sustainable management of the territory, which could create carbon markets which require the need for a sustainable management of the territory in terms of prevention, but also the guarantee that there will be areas, the forest areas, that facilitate the sequestration of carbon. And there's a clear dynamic, and we have to find models to observe the land, which are integrated in local systems that require modulation and require, this is in the framework of land use planning, in terms of the local authorities and different public and private actors, they need which have very different powers, which must be sustainable. There are two examples, the automobile industry and land use management, but regardless of the targets, the hypothesis that I would like to mention here is, I'd like to say that we are in a process of technological change that has a new condition, or should have a new condition, and this is what I would like to propose. It should have the people as an integral part of this process. If it is true that we've always had transition programs and technological change, and we know this well, it is also true that many of these processes have been fueled by the market conditions, by the supply, and not necessarily with people as the main promoters of this process. So the opportunity of the digital transition are obvious. They occurred 60 years after the first articles on artificial intelligence. We know that these systems have advantages and disadvantages, especially in the ethics of the social relationships, and so it must be people. That is why people must be an integral part of these systems. These ecological challenges, which obviously are the result of the context of being and living and the way we learn, react and evolve in our lifestyle. So this idea of people being an integral part of this accelerated process of digital transition, but especially in order to meet ecological challenges. And here, whereas in Glasgow, we have the World Summit for the transition of climate. There are four critical conditions. One is the demographic context. Naturally, both the transition of the digital, that is the transition of the climate, are global processes, especially the climate transition. Global is where, also in terms of the imbalances they create in the world, but they depend on the demographic context. And we have scenarios. The last report from the European Union published less than a month ago showed the demographic situations where Europe is in the world, which is has about is moving from 7 billion to 10 billion people in 2050. The population of Europe will go to 420 million to 400 million in the next 20 years, and so it's in this context of demographic evolution that we have to understand the meaning of this climate transition and the possible opportunities that can be used by the digital and putting people once again in the centre of the action. Now, the United Nations in particular, even in the latest report of human development, are very clear, and many scientists, experts, and some Nobel Prizes in economy in the last in recent years have advised us of this transition to a new era dominated by human activity, which many have called anthropogenic and so anthropocenic, and above all, this is associated with this condition of the demographic evolution, with radical evolutions in terms of the working conditions and in terms of the migratory flows, which are decisive, especially in Europe, and in relation to the balance, so the equilibrium of economies. There's a billion. Africa will have 1 billion people and will double its population over the next 30 years. That's one example. And so we have similar conditions in Latin America and Asia, especially in India, will be decisive for development of Europe. And so this demographic context naturally has been faced with, in the Portuguese context, in the European context, the fewer people, fewer youths, and mobilized in an economy of knowledge, but a longer activity that emerges. So the fact that these economies, especially economy, the green economy, is an economy of knowledge. Today we know, and the OECD reports must reach the target of 5% reduction till 2030. We only know the only way we can produce this is to invest in research and development through a vast range of areas directed towards a critical question. But in addition to more knowledge, this is the question that requires an institutional and renewable context. The verticalization, the growing verticalization of our institutional relations has the difficulty of producing knowledge directed towards this area, and the OECD studies in this area are decisive in terms of more additional knowledge. The additional knowledge we know, the context of institutional innovation, and the collaborative laboratories an exemplary case of collaboration between different types of institutions in Europe, but also new methods of observation and action in order to be able to meet this. Regardless of what the situation is, or regardless of the analysis that is made, the transition process will always be a process of qualification and will benefit societies. More qualified societies, the conversion and the updating of competences is critical. This, in the Portuguese context, this is very important, especially in the automobile section that we've already mentioned, and there's many others. That is sustainable management, territorial management, and so we have to guarantee that all the youth will be qualified, but we have to convert competences and learn more throughout our own lives. And so Portugal, in the European context, is the country with the population, the youngest student population in Europe, and the average is 25 years old, and compare with other regions in Europe where the average age of the students in higher education is, in some regions, is 40. Especially given this dichotomy of learning only when one is young or throughout one's life. And so these processes condition not only the need to invest in knowledge, but also to learn throughout our lives. It's a complex process that can only be done in articulation with employers. And this leads me to the third aspect, and the context of an economy that's increasingly based on knowledge and qualifications. We have the working conditions that are critical, not only in terms of what the first job is, but in terms of longer lives. We have longer lives, and so the critical point of this meeting, but obviously it requires a fourth and last point, that is the social debate. And these questions, and what we can see in the automobile sector, among other sectors, and in the European context, not only in Portugal, but the aeronautical section, where conditions are more drastic, and it requires more a greater social debate, a social debate that can interact with the traditional actors, trade unions, employers, research institutions, and higher education institutions. But people, more and more people, talk about social debate. The Web Summit is taking place in Lisbon, which is praised by some, criticised by others. It is a way of trying to understand what social debate means today and the different forms of diversifying and promoting social debate, especially between the youngest part of the population and intergenerational debate. And so I think that the opportunity of this conference has shown the relevant context that CoLABOR plays in Portugal, in the European context, but to bring a debate which is almost transdisciplinary, but trans-institutional too, on the conditions of employment, work, in relation to an economy, and this brings advantages, but it worsens the inequalities, and so we have to look at the demographic process, which will be a conditioning factor. In this context, I would like to finish with the reference that now, given what we have lived in the last 2 years in Portugal for the first time, given the crisis that Portugal and others have gone through, but in Portuguese case for the first time, we are faced a social and economic crisis resulting from the pandemic, where the Portuguese wanted to study more. Another crisis in 2010 and 2014, there was people were sort of moving away from educational institutions, and this crisis has had a response from the higher educational system and the people and employers, because we've never had such a high attraction appeal for the higher educational institutions. This is an opportunity that must be valued if it has it corresponds with the working and employment conditions, where a qualification is in fact an added value, but we have to bring people into the center of things, and we must improve the quality of people's lives, and there must be an increase in the salaries and the quality of the life. Today in Portugal we have for the first time 46% of the population between the ages of 36 and 38 years old with a university degree, was 35% 10 years ago, and so we've more than half of the youngsters with at the age of 20 in higher education. It was 40% 10 years ago. So this process requires we reflect on things and diversify and specialize in the educational system, but in improving the qualifications and making sure the employment conditions be appropriate for the demographic context and the economy. So we need a critical debate, a relevant debate. So once again, I'd like to thank you, and Manuel Leonor, for emphasizing these questions and the importance CoLABOR has shown in this current context. Thank you very much.
Posso falar? Let's continue with our sessions. Let's move into the first panel, global value chains, reterritorialization and its effects on work and employment. I'd like to invite the speaker, Professor Pamela Meyer from the Institute of Social Science Research from Munich, to join me and come up on stage. I will be speaking in Portuguese, and the professor will reply in English, but of course you have simultaneous interpretation.
So I'm going to talk in Portuguese. But I understand you didn't brought your phones to understand the questions and so on. No, not a problem. I'm only going to say good things about you, so. Então, enquanto
to start our debate, I have the pleasure of having with us Professor Pamela Mel, the Senior Research Fellow of the Institute of Social Science Research in Munich. She's an expert for employment and social affairs industry in the Service of the European Commission, Director of the European Network on Dynamics of teleworking, digital work consortium with 28 members. Professor Pamela Mel has focused her career in sociology of work and social relations, particularly focus on digital transformation impact on labor relations. She's published several works. She's going to tell us about some of them. Moving on. Inside looking at digital transformation in the German automotive sector is chain. So there's a title in German which I'm afraid I'm not going to read. And finally, the implications of virtual work. She will tell us about her latest work on global value chains, digitalization, and its effects on work and employment.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation from CoLABOR. I also want to thank Eugenia for her excellent support. This is the first time since February of 2020 that I've actually spoken in front of people and not a computer screen, where people are little icons. So it's something to get used to again, but it's a nice experience to see people's faces. So I am going to talk about digital transformation, the role of global value chains and effects on work and employment. You will have noticed that these are three different topics, and they are often discussed separately or perhaps with two together, so I am going to try to link all three. I'm unfortunately not going to really be talking about climate change, although maybe some of my remarks are implicit concerning climate change or climate and labor. This is an incredibly important topic and something I hope to be working more in the future. Okay, you have to push it harder. So, okay, I'm going to start out with questions. I like asking questions. Just to get you thinking, do you think that digital transformation will be disruptive or business as usual? Who do you think are the main actors affecting employment and work outcomes in the transformation process? And do you think outcomes can be managed, altered, or directed? So let's see how many of these questions you can answer by the end of this presentation, or perhaps you'll just have more questions that we can discuss. So I'm going to be talking about the following issues. Understanding global value chains, and I'm going to actually devote quite a bit of time to this, and I'll explain why. And I'm going to talk about what we mean by digital transformation, or what I mean by digital transformation right now. The risks and opportunities of digital transformation, its effects on work and employment, the relevant actors in the process of digital transformation, and the role of institutions and industrial relations in this process. So, understanding global value chains. I'm spending a good deal of time on this because we need to have a fundamental understanding together of what is meant by global value chains. Because I'm talking about global value chains as an analysis and a powerful tool for understanding economic developments, digital transformation, and effects on work and employment. We all have our own ideas about what a value chain is, and I'm sure most of the people here have worked on this. But I'm going to sort of set my boundaries about what I mean when I'm talking about it, and how I think it can be used as a very powerful analytical tool. In a way, I'm looking at global value chains as understanding a process of externalization, the divisions of labor, company strategies for carrying out the steps in the production and the distribution process. And in the end, what all of these things have on the effects of employment and work. So, value chain analysis. So, first of all, I think that value chains are a powerful conceptual tool for understanding changes occurring in digital spaces. And hopefully that will become clearer in the latter part of the presentation when I talk about digital transformations such as in Industry 4.0, and how the value chain provides a very interesting mirror or access point to that process. So we ask the following questions. We want to know where the lead firm or firms are located, who owns which part of the chain, how many embedded chains there might be. And in all of this process, we're also interested in looking at what the spatial and contractual complexities are, what the spatial and contractual relations are between all the parts of the chain. So we ask what is being outsourced. It's a simple question. What is being outsourced or offshored by whom to whom? How are the value chains configured, which is a more complicated question. And then, of course, how are they changing? Because value chains are dynamic. They lengthen, they move around. Then we want to know, of course, which sectors are involved, because it's different if you're talking about shoes or autos. Simple processes, of course, simple sectors have a tendency to be easier to move around, back or forth, and with things like automobiles, once the chains are established, it's a whole lot more difficult to start moving things around. But they still can change, they still are dynamic, and they still can be configured differently. And that will be also hopefully more apparent when we move on. So we want to also know what is the division of labor across the chain, which tasks are being performed where, what is the international division of labor, and this is really a very central point, and it's not just a matter of if simple tasks are being moved out, because chains are embedded, there's a lot of different functions in different chains, and also so the fact is that the task distribution moves around as well. And we want to know where is value being created and where it is being extracted and used and by whom. And this is really a very central point to global value chain analysis. I can give you an example of the iPhone, which was a really great study that was done a few years ago. And we all know that the iPhone is actually produced in China, so the main part of it seems to be produced there. But then when they broke it down, they found that all over Asia, tiny little bits of it were being produced with the end assembly happening in China. And in the end, in terms of value added, almost all of it was in the US at the Apple headquarters, where the design and software development was taking place, and almost none of it ended up in the other aspects of the value chain. So these kinds of studies are really interesting and useful if you can spend the time to actually try to break down every little piece and try to find out what kind of value remains where. So, another way to break down value chains is by business function. So, on the one hand, tasks, and on the other hand, to what business function it belongs. So we have research and development and design as rather higher value added activities in the chain. We have production, we have distribution activities, logistics, we have marketing and support to the final customer, so-called after-sales support. In the initial perspective of GVCs, which very much looked at everything in terms of company strategy in the process of creating a chain, they looked at sequential production stages across the chain, from pre-production like design and R&D to production itself, and all the parts of that, and then distribution processes and sales processes. In the meantime, things like global production networks, which said, hey, you guys are completely ignoring context and region, and you're not understanding how networks in particular places work. And so global value chain analysis tried to get richer by trying to include some of that in the analysis process. But it's really useful to differentiate and break down value chains in examples by business functions and tasks. So on the other side, the interfirm networks and the drivers and configurators of the chains are diverse. Used to be people would just say, oh, cost reduction. Just want to have cheaper labor. And this is actually certainly still one of the drivers, but it's only one of many. So where are your markets? And that becomes even more important today in terms of where your end consumers are in the digital transformation process. What kind of labor inputs do you have? How skilled are your people? What kind of resources do you have access to? Technologies, what kinds exist? What are you willing to invest in? The kinds of standards that exist in a place, the regulations, what kind of products are being developed, what kind of processes are in place, and then of course governance, which is an incredibly important part of global value chain analysis. I don't know if you're familiar with Jarefi's original attempt to divide the government process in 5 different ways, in hierarchical, modular, captive, hierarchical, and market-based, where, let's say, hierarchical would be the kind where the lead firm is the one sort of telling their other production units what to do. The modular ones is where you just give something out and tell them, please do this to a particular specification. The captive ones is where you own a firm and they only work for you and nobody else. And the relational is where there's more give and take, where the outsourced or offshored firm has quite a deal of competence and is therefore able to have a better partnership along the chain and have more say in what's going to be happening and what's going to be happening with their people as well. So, in a way, business functions and looking at business functions allowed the whole paradigm to sort of get in flux and have a change. So instead of looking at things only in terms of moving up sectors, where, okay, first I only offered raw materials, then I moved up into manufacturing, then I moved up to services, as if that was some kind of upward trajectory from low to high value sectors, and the focus on the final goods. Sorry about that. Our designers also have to be able to express their creativity. So, and that is that high value added goods are now having to do with sectors such as pre-production R&D, technological development, specialized services, that medium skilled in support and sales, design, commercialization, after-sales support, and primary basic production and assembly, where you can divide up tasks and you can also divide up business functions and try to see what's happening along a chain. So I also wanted to give you some examples of so-called embedded chains. So this is actually a real example of an automobile company. And what happens is that they have an R&D unit, an engineering design unit, and all of these are naturally plugged in to the IT unit because they need software development, they need infrastructure, and so on and so forth. And that's more and more the case, obviously, because there are more and more IT functions in all kinds of manufacturing processes. So the IT unit also is carrying out activities for the engineering manufacturing company A at site X, and for the engineering manufacturing A at its site Y, and also at its headquarters. So it's doing it for all those. At the same time, they outsource external software development, and they outsource ICT service provider support for company A of their IT unit. So this is just a sub-chain of a larger chain. And all complex companies and complex products end up with chains like this. So you have to look at all the different kinds of chains and what's happening in them and their dynamic when you want to look at understanding what's happening to the production process, the labor process, and so forth, and eventually the effects on work and employment when you're looking at any kind of value chains. So you have sectors that are relevant. You have occupations that are relevant, programmers, product and process developers, production workers, data analysis and project managers, all in this system. You have a lot of different business functions, software development, R&D, services, and back office support happening in this system. And then, of course, you have a very large range of tasks going from simple to complex. So I also wanted to then give you some examples of the dynamics of value chains and how they change. with a couple of concrete examples. So these were real-life examples from a study from a few years ago. And this is a Swedish IT developer. So this Swedish IT developer was a medium-sized IT product developer for local Swedish companies. So it decided to outsource things to India. So it was taken over by a US IT developer. And then it was a US company with a medium-sized Swedish IT software developer and its offshore Indian side. Well, the US decided they'd rather work with an offshore Philippine site, so they got rid of the Indian one, and so that's how that value chain for this very small company changed. Another example is a Hungarian subsidiary that also was doing software development. So our entry point was in Hungary, and it was a very large Hungarian subsidiary of an Australian branch of another company. So they had first been an outsourced plant of Austria, but they were actually growing and paying higher wages and so forth, and doing more high value-added activities. So, okay, there's their Austrian headquarters. And their Austrian headquarters was of a large German multinational. So that's what that chain looked like. Well, the Hungarians were worried that they were going to start losing out because they were getting too expensive. And they wanted to do higher value activities, so they started outsourcing to Romania, some simpler tasks. So then the Austrians didn't really like that. So they started outsourcing to Slovakia and Asia. And so that's how this value chain was lengthened and growing and being dynamic. So as we see, the companies and transnational corporations have a very key role in the critical decisions of what gets located where. They also end up having a very critical role in shaping work cultures. They have a determination of how work is performed. They determine what kind of work gets performed in a particular company site and therefore in a particular institutional national setting. This isn't only maybe a completely one-way street, but company strategy really does have a lot to say about all these issues. So it used to be that you would look at things and say, oh, it was only cost reduction, but actually this is not really the case, because transaction costs, particularly for complex products, are very high. And once you start this process, it's not all that easy to reverse it. You can change it, you can try to configure it, you can try to add more places on your chain, but it's too simplistic to actually only see it as the fact that I'm only trying to reduce my costs. And so therefore, seeing this as a kind of two-way street, the interaction between the company strategy and place affect chain development. And you always want to try to find out how that's happening, what the process is. You also want to look at what the differences are between the sectors, as I pointed out before, whether you're building shoes or an airplane, which both have distributed work processes. It still is different about what place, how much effect place is going to have on the development of the chain and how dynamic the chain might be. And so therefore, one of the new things that was added to global value chain analysis which was really important, was understanding the destination strategies for skilling and workforce development and wanting to know how much that country of destination has to say and what role its institutional framework is playing in this equation. So in the end, they looked at various times of upgrading that actually were taking place. and divided it by process upgrading, in which there's improvements in productive efficiency, for instance, through Industry 4.0. Product upgrading, where you shift into the production of a higher value product, more complex products. Functional upgrading, which is, of course, a really desirable form of upgrading, where you move to new higher value-added segments in the supply chain. So maybe you move up tiers and you become less a downward tier supplier and start moving toward being a more tier 1 supplier. And you get closer and closer to the lead firm, where you are able to now be doing higher value-add activities like R&D or design. Then there's chain and intersectoral upgrading, where you can leverage capabilities and develop in one chain to move into another sector. Like, let's say if you were doing back process outsourcing and you can move into software development over time, because you do have the competency for it, but you didn't have the opportunity for it. And I'm not completely sure this is a linear process, because I did studies in India where there had been Indian returnees who had actually wanted to start some very innovative software development firms, but because there really wasn't any market in India and they couldn't compete with the transnational companies that were there, the multinational companies that were there, they ended up going into lower value-added activities like doing service functions for the MNEs in order to stay afloat and hope that they would one day have enough money to be able to actually launch their more innovative, higher value-added activities in software development. And then the end market channel upgrading, where you find new end market segments, maybe more high value-added ones, maybe new customers. And then the upgrading into production technologies, for instance, your own design and fabrication of capital equipment. So basically, there are the perspectives on the effects of GVC on work and employment are quite diverse and differentiated. And these sort of negative and positive scenarios aren't necessarily mutually exclusive, and the outcomes depend on things. You know, how do you end up with one outcome, the one on the right, rather than the left one? The activity of the place where the work is taking place, of course, is a factor in that. And the ability to move to higher value-added functions, the ability to upgrade, has an effect on that. So do you have the effect of net job loss because you ended up losing jobs, maybe also at the home site? Or do you have the net effect of job creation? Another kind of effect is standardization and codification, because one of the things that happens, particularly in terms of digital transformation, is that they want to standardize and codify processes. They don't want to have too much diversity across the chain. And that can make work content, that can degrade work content. So do you have more precarious work across the entire chain? That means everybody, even at the home site, ends up with worse contracts? Or do you actually end up with upgraded sectors and jobs, at least in some of the parts of the chain? Did you degrade occupations, or did you actually have increases in skilled work? Did you have increased wage cost pressures because of competition across the chain? And also at the home site, which of course is a lot of the times the one I'm looking at because I live in Germany and a lot of OEMs are there. Or is there actually international cooperation and more integrated teams? And in a lot of aspects, a lot of examples, particularly in the IT world, it turned out that actually over time, the relationship between the sites ended up getting closer and closer, and that there actually ended up being much more contact between teams, particularly in higher value-added activities like R&D and engineering, IT software development, and so forth. So did you have to make concessions? Or do you actually end up with more interesting work? Do you have poorer working conditions, or do you have improved working conditions at the outsourced sites? So pretty much everywhere you're going to have an occupational shift of some sort. The question is what kind of occupational shift is it going to be? Is it going to be that occupations get more hybrid, or is it that they get somewhat degraded, that they get upgraded? And then there's an issue for all of the sites, is their access to resource, particularly in the advent of the introduction of new technologies. And then something that usually gets very left out in looking at things, which is really an extremely important part of doing value chain analysis, is looking at actually what happens to the work content. So what are people doing? Is it more interesting? Is it less interesting? Do they have more abilities to advance? Do they have more ability to obtain skills, and so forth? Do they have more autonomy and less autonomy, and so forth? So I took some statistics from the Trade Association on Portugal auto industry, and some of it seems a little fishy to me, to tell you the truth, particularly the number of companies. But nonetheless, I didn't do it to have some kind of a definitive statistical documentation of the Portuguese auto industry. I actually did it as a kind of example. Because what's the message? Obviously, earlier today, they talked about how important the auto sector is, how much it contributes to GDP, how much it contributes to employment, and so forth. And there's a lot of companies, these cascade. So the number of auto component companies, the number of molding sector, SMEs, all part of the general automotive chain. The export share of auto production being 11%, the export share of auto components being 16%, employment being 152,000 for auto production, for the auto components 61,000, and for the molding sector 11,000. The share of produced autos and parts that are exported is 97.9% for the autos, incredibly high, 85% for the auto components, and 85% for the molding sector. The business volume is a lot, as I said, a large part of economic turnover in Portugal, and that in the auto components, it's grown 200% in the last 15 years. Its share of the manufacturing industry was 4.8% for auto production, and auto components 8.8%. And the customers for the auto production was Germany at 20%, France at 16%, Italy at 11%, Spain at 11%, UK at 7.6%, and then of course there's just a little more for smaller amounts. So the products, there are four major auto manufacturers. I guess that's like PSA, Peugeot, Mitsubishi, Toyota, and Volkswagen. And 220 auto supply, and the products also go to 220 auto supply firms. The auto components have batteries, glass, plastic molds, interiors, metalworks, cables, and electronics as their products. And the molding sector, which was considered extremely important, that it was the third in Europe, that you do very state-of-the-art work for injection molds for plastics. So, but nonetheless, what you see is that in almost every part, Portugal is, not the top of the chain. Okay, it's down steps. And depending upon what sector it is, it's further and further down a step. That leaves the auto sector in Portugal naturally open to precarious developments, particularly in terms of some issues with regard to digital transformation. And so that's, in a way, what I'm going to be talking about next. So there are many types of digital transformation. Actually, I spent the last couple of years concentrating a lot on platforms and the virtual world. And so here I'm actually talking about mainly industrial applications, and particularly Industry 4.0, which gets talked about a lot, particularly in Germany, but actually other places in the meantime also. And it has a high relevance for the auto industry. It also has a high relevance for other kinds of manufacturing industries like machine building and so forth. So when we talk about things like Industry 4.0 and technical developments in digitalization, and they almost always start talking about technical developments in digitalization, you hear things like cyber physical systems, in which the virtual world is going to be connected with the world of objects, where IT and software components are merged together with mechanical and electrical parts. So where the virtual world sort of combines with the real world. Then you hear a lot about the Internet of Things, which is like another word for Industry 4.0. And additive manufacturing, which is also part of 3D printing, where the components get added on and on to each other, and therefore where it has a lot more effect on the relevance of the end customer, and maybe it can clear out some intermediaries. 3D printing has the possibility of actually developing some niches, doing small batch manufacturing and so forth, which for a place like Portugal is certainly very interesting. Then there's things like big data and algorithms, which people talk about a lot, which sort of implies that people will write algorithms and therefore actual humans won't have to do very much anymore because the algorithms and the learning machines will be doing everything. And so the kind of vision being that higher value-added activities that were once definitely only carried out by humans, like testing and simulation and design and so forth, end up being in principle automated, being taken over by digital technologies. This is very much a vision of the future, I'll tell you. Then pervasive computing and cloud computing. Cloud computing is also, of course, incredibly important topic today in auto manufacturing and pretty much everywhere else, about where you put your data, what you do with it, how it gets collected, how things get linked, and so forth. So, but the thing is that, all these things, when they talk about Industry 4.0, is that they want to have an effect of higher productivity, higher flexibility, increased efficiency, integrating customer wishes in real time, and facilitating the development of increasingly complex and diverse products. So that's kind of the idea. But the thing is that when you look at Industry 4.0, it's very much an organizational strategy and not really certainly not merely a technological one. And that also, you can't divorce the technology itself from either the company's strategy, from existing regulatory frameworks, or potential coordinated policy actions. So you always have to see what kind of technological developments that are being launched, in what kind of context they're being launched, how they're going to be used, and so forth. And the other thing is that you have to think about the role of humans, because people build algorithms. It's not a kind of person-free zone. they have their own particular strategies, priorities, and so forth when they're building the things. And that's the same for everything else. When you lay out logistical systems, when you decide what kind of machines you're going to be linked and why, when you decide what kind of networks you're going to be creating and so forth. So, some standard definitions of Industry 4.0 are the digital form of connecting machines and production units within and between companies, to create new business models, linking production and service. This is a key component of Industry 4.0. The integration of data science and data analytics on ongoing processes. So then there's the new technologies that they want to use in order to be able to do these actual organizational tasks of the linking and the communicating, and that's the embedded systems, the additive manufacturing, the 3D printing, the augmented or virtual reality applications in the areas of maintenance and services, which is actually one function that's pretty well developed in Industry 4.0. And new functions with less complexity using communication technology. So another area is data analytics as a promising new field where more intelligence can be built into the machines. Cloud solutions for machine communication across company boundaries. Industry 4, and a quote is that Industry 4.0 was just at the beginnings of artificial intelligence, autonomously adapting processes, self-optimizing and correcting. And finally, this kind of buzzword, servicification, which is that services can pretty much be done anywhere, and that the service aspect, linking the production and the services, is extremely important part of Industry 4.0, and this is actually something that might end up being an opportunity for emerging economies. So the fact is that there have been a lot of German studies. Okay, they're a couple years old now, so I don't know what happened during COVID, but about what actually people are implementing, and the fact is that it's sort of modest, actually. Yeah, large firms, if you ask them, they have a relatively high share of what of sort of being on the road to quite a few aspects of implementing Industry 4.0 applications. But small and medium-sized firms are not nearly there yet. They're mostly at enterprise resource planning and not pretty much further than that. And so actually, what's really being done at the moment is things like sensors in manufacturing processes for quality assurance, lots of pilot projects. Okay, robotics and automation in the production area is moving ahead and so forth. But an awful lot of the things, particularly data analytics, they're not really very far along, even in Germany. So this is a kind of application from a colleagues, actually technical colleagues in Germany, who tried to have technical categorizations of Industry 4.0 in terms of both the physical, the factory and the products, and the virtual, the operations and the data-driven services. So they were trying to talk about what a smart factory is, where there's increased transparency and expanded planning potential through the use of IT. And so the factory is more linked and networked, and all the machines can talk to each other and so forth. And then the products are intelligent products, which have sensors and have predictive maintenance and condition monitoring and more contact with customers, as well as after they're produced, having contact with the producer, even after sales, and so forth and so on. Of course, there's obstacles, not only because technical obstacles, but also cybersecurity issues and so forth. How much data are you allowed to share? What are you allowed to know about customers and so forth? The smart factory, the smart operations kind of comes from the smart factory, and it's supposed to make a company-wide flexible production planning and control possible. And data-driven services is the whole thing with algorithms and learning machines and so forth, where you can network product, producer, and customer, and you can supposedly open up new markets for services. So the fact is that the Industry 4.0 vision and the value chain sort of coincide and connect with each other. So the idea is that you take vertical manufacturing processes and you try to make them technically horizontal across the value chain, which means that embedded horizontal systems are meant to be integrated with vertical business processes. Like sales, logistics, and finance are supposed to now be kind of be able to be talking to each other. And the thing is that we had an Italian study in a project I was involved in with the European Trade Union Institute about the effects of Industry 4.0 across different production plants in Europe. And in their particular production area, this kind of application of Industry 4.0 was really destructive. It led to incredible amounts of lean production, amazing amounts of control. Everything was controlled from the center. There was almost no autonomy left at the Italian plant, and lots of standardization and centralization, which of course, makes it difficult because problems arise and you don't really have the ability to do anything about it because everything's done from a central process. You lose a lot of an experience-based knowledge and so forth. And the Italian study felt or had observed that there was a lot of intensification of work happening because of this. So smart factories should theoretically be able to control the end-to-end development of the entire manufacturing process from supply chain through to services after sales and so forth. So you see the link between the integration, the smart factories, and what can potentially happen to the production process in a particular site. So-called merging of operational technology is supposed to occur with information technology, and that they sort of act as one. In the end, digital technologies are designed to increase productivity and reduce costs, but what about the ethical concerns? Because technology has no moral compass, so somebody else has to provide that and decide what makes sense and what is endurable for workforces who are working under these systems. Because as I mentioned before, it can also happen that once highly advanced skills such as testing, simulation, incremental product development can also be degraded to operative functions due to digital technology. And so when you thought that you were doing all the right things because you were in fields or in tasks or in business functions that were actually quite high value added, that these also get degraded to a kind of operational function that gets controlled by the center. So, digital transformation in value chains. For one thing, there's fragmentation. Things get divided up into intermediate goods. And at the moment, intermediate goods account for 60% of world exports. So that's the effect that value chains have been having on trade. So Industry 4.0, however, foresees an integration of data between firms, suppliers, and customers. So does this affect intermediaries? That means the amount of need you have for intermediaries will decrease. And will Industry 4.0 drive multinational enterprises to increasingly control the design and distribution stages of GVC? thereby letting less of these things be able to be done at the outsource sites where they're producing and manufacturing. So there's kind of two different scenarios going on here. One is that Industry 4.0 potentially reduces transaction costs for global value chains, and that means that it makes them more possible, so that you have an even ever deeper international division of labor in the global factory, because digital transformation makes that possible. More and more connections. I can have, even more complex value chains now. The other scenario is that it facilitates manufacturing closer to end users, for example, through 3D printing or additive manufacturing, and therefore that GVCs may in fact reduce the number of distinct activities, try to keep their proprietary technology at home, and reduce their geographical dispersion and the relationships between independent participants. So I had, in this famous European Trade Union Institute study on digital transformation industry 4.0, my job was to ask German OEMs what their position was. And I talked to 4 different OEMs, and they definitely said they had no articulated strategy to actually fade out sites or do away with sites, not invest technology at their sites and so forth. But there was a little bit of sometimes contradiction in what they were saying, because sometimes they did talk about things like wanting certain proprietary technologies to be at home. COVID also had some relevance in this, because they got very worried about some things that were no longer available to them and thinking maybe they should keep things closer to home. They also felt that electrification was an area which, of course, is really a future, and a really important future strategy, is also something that they might be wanting to keep closer to home. So although they definitely said we cannot not invest in technologies at our outsourced sites because they can't be kept at some kind of low level, different from what we're doing, because the processes have to be able to talk to each other. They also said that there could be possibilities where it did have a detrimental effect. So this is a study that was done by the McKinsey Global Institute. And they were looking at the changes in traded intermediate inputs relative to total intermediate inputs, and the growth of domestic intermediate output, because they were interested in seeing if global supply chains are actually becoming more regional and localized. So what they found was that for China and for various areas of Asia, which is the ones on the right and the middle, this was happening to a certain extent, particularly in China, but that in Europe, which is blue, that this was definitely not happening. So in fact, that the lead firm OEMs were still having a whole lot of intermediate exchange with their sites, and there wasn't an attempt to try to move it back, or also to try to create regionalizations. So, talk about certain possible development trajectories with regard to the risks and opportunities of digital transformation and the effects of work and employment. So, there's basically 4 different kinds of scenarios. One is that there's upgrading of a site in digital transformation processes, that all the plants across the chain will be upgraded in the overall process. Then there's the upgrading with limitations, which is, for instance, that another study in the European Trade Union Institute coordinated project was that it seemed that proprietary technologies were remaining with the OEMs, but they were investing in technologies at their sites, and everybody was moving up. So in a way, everyone moves up but stays in the same place on the chain. And then there was the whole thing about reshoring, which is a really big topic in Germany. Also, they like to talk about reshoring a lot. And then there's the issue of niche production and new opportunities at remote sites because of new technologies that are available, like 3D printing, additive manufacturing, and so forth. So these are not mutually exclusive. Different things can happen different places. And I actually think that reshoring is not a very viable or probable outcome, partly because of what I said before about transaction costs. Once you establish a chain, you don't just tear it up. Things are actually put pretty much in place. You've invested an enormous amount of money in having them be like that. And the places along the chain have a very particular kind of relevance and role in the configuration of it. I think that niche production and new opportunities at remote sites is really a really very interesting opportunity for sites down the value chain who have a good educational base. And I mean, Portugal, for instance, in their high-tech sectors, they have an incredibly high rate of people with very high value-added IT educations and IT value-added tasks. It's just that it happens to be a very relatively small part of the economy. But the people are kind of there and growing, right?
Pamela, just to let you know, you have more 5 to 8 minutes.
Okay, I better go faster then. Okay, I'm gonna just job loss, differentiating old and new production sites. This is actually pretty important because it can be that they try to say in a plant in Poland, for instance, they'll only do gas and diesel, and all the electric cars will be built in Germany, which is actually one of the scenarios that one of the OEMs actually set forth. Will there be job replacement? Will there be complementarity and new jobs will be created? What kind of occupational shifts will occur? I'm not going to really do that now. So I think I've pointed out a little of these before: reskilling, de-skilling, intensification, increased surveillance and monitoring, and contradictions of autonomy and control. These were all possible outcomes and effects of work of Industry 4.0 and digital transformation processes. So I wanted to talk about actors because there's kind of an incredibly diverse set. Of course, the European Union setting directives at the national level or state level, the regional level and the sectoral level. There are a number of actors who can play a role in what happens with the implementation of digital transformations: employers, managers, collective actors, occupational groups, grassroots activists, individuals. And on a kind of institutional side, the firms themselves, industrial relations institutions, firm-based work councils, professional organizations, and so forth. So basically, I wanted to say that everything always seemed like it had to be company strategy in terms of what happens, in terms of the governance of interactions, in terms of where things are going to be carried out, in terms of the conditions of work, in terms of value creation. But in fact, it's not happening outside of an institutional context. There's an institutional context in which that's taking place. Of course, at the moment, the regulatory challenges for our actors are high because the standard range of topics like wages, contracts, job protection, benefits, and so forth don't cover the many challenges from digital transformation along value chains. And value chains itself intensifies power differences between labor and management. It creates larger diffuse units and its complex networks and remote contexts. So it's harder and harder to know where you should be trying to make the regulations or trying to determine what the outcomes for work or better conditions for work or how to achieve fair and good work should take place, where it should be taking place, and so forth. So this is my last slide, okay? So I wanted to try to sort of think ahead and do a little analytical thinking and talk about low levels of institutionalization to high levels of institutionalization, high levels of voice with low. And what I mean by voice is also worker articulations and mobilizations, grassroots activities, and these things do tend to sometimes institutionalize over time. And of course, the institutionalization ones, the unions, the work councils, potentially cooperatives, the states, the laws for fair and good work, labor law courts to protect work, and so forth. And basically, with low voice and low institutionalization, you can have very kind of negative effects in terms of work intensification. You tend to have more passive measures, and you, quite frankly, can end up being kind of the extended workbench of OEMs and be in a position of precarity and fear of job loss. When you have high institutionalization, but also low voice, quite often what happens is that you can still have regulations and you can depend on regulations for fair and good work. Often there's also a kind of juridification that takes place, which we actually see more and more in certain things like platform work, where courts mediate, courts make a lot more decisions on individuals and so forth, and labor law takes a larger and larger role. When you have low voice and low levels of institutionalization, you end up with kind of reactive measures like protectionism, more kind of defensive measures of trying to block change and so forth. And finally, when you have high levels of institutionalization and high levels of voice, you can get engaged in more kind of proactive measures, like promoting small innovative firms, doing niche manufacturing, for instance, to prepare the workforce for digital shifts, to try to do reskilling, to try to have a long-term plan about where you want your workforces to be going, to promoting wage equality also across the chain and being more aggressive about that and so forth. So thank you very much, and if you want to contact me, you can do it at that email address.
Temos agora espaço para questões. Pamela, I'm just telling the audience that we have now a room for some questions that people may have. Se quiserem colocar em português, depois haverá a tradução, mas deixo também aqui espaço para alguma questão que alguém tenha. So I can do the ice breaking. Okay. I'll try to put it in English as you don't have your phones there. So you talked a lot about global value chains and big companies and the mapping and so on. But how does it happen for an SME? What is differentiator from an SME? In Portugal, we have our companies are very small, most of them, or small-sized. And how can they compete in this international context of global value chains? We know we have startups, that's another thing. But when I talk of manufacturing and so on, what is your views?
Yeah, that's, with the slide on the auto production, it was sort of something that I was trying to get at. I mean, SMEs can be real avenues for an incredible amount of innovation. As you see in Germany, for instance, in the state of Baden-Württemberg, there's a lot of SMEs that actually have a very independent economic position, but they produce something that, for instance, no one else does, and so forth, okay? Quite often what happens to an SME is that especially, I mean, it depends on the sector, but what happens if you're in auto production is that you're generally there because maybe you're doing a special part and it's really important, but you are definitely lower down on the chain. And so it depends on how much you, I mean, they have a much harder time to invest in new technologies. They have a much harder time reskilling their workforces. They don't have the extra money to do stuff like that, so they need support to do things like that. And it also depends on, you know, if it's possible for them to really create this kind of independent position, or if they can somehow try to move up the chain, if they can have a closer relation with at least the production units who are also not lead firms within their own country and so forth, and also kind of create a network. I think kind of creating a network of sharing various kinds of resources is also a potential strategy in that regard.
Okay. Great.
Why do you think that Elon Musk decided to build the Gigafactory in Berlin?
Yeah, why do I think that he decided to build that? I find it very hard to follow Elon Musk's thinking processes, but I think he had this idea that German skilled workers are really fantastic, and so he wanted to have access to that skilled labor workforce, the Facharbeiter, right? And he also wanted to have and also the kind of engineering that exists in Germany. And because so in a way, I think that's probably what his greatest motivation was. He was also given various incentives to build there, although he's also having a very difficult time, as it turns out. And I don't know, you know, in some weird way, I mean, this is just completely a weird idea of mine. I actually do think that he was wanting to put a little bit of pressure on the German auto companies, who have been talking for years about electrification and never getting there, and have just now started to realize, like, oh, I guess we really have to do something. And he kind of wanted to sort of show them, ha ha ha, I'm going to build this here and take over your market, you know. So I think actually that was one of his motivations. Yes. At least one of them. Skilled workers, engineers, also important.
And then the market helps.
Yes, well, yeah, but is he hoping for a really big German market? I don't know. I don't exactly.
No, I was talking about the stock exchange.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think there's another question. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. One is we have entitled the climate and the digital transitions. And my question is, in terms of the dynamics that you've talked about, for example, the issue of reshoring, of course, in the climate dynamics, one of the issues that we see at the moment is problems with distribution chains, right? And to what extent do you think that dimension of the climate transition may have an influence in terms of the shortening of the global value chains, and so having implications in terms of territorial dimensions?
Yeah.
And then let me just put the second question, which is in your final analytics slide on this institutionalization versus the voice dimension. You have on the high levels of both, you have the space for proactive measures. One of the objectives that we have at CoLABOR is precisely to develop a toolkit to support processes of assessment of the impact of technologies on labor and employment. And in doing so, we are trying to give institutionalization processes to voice. But to what extent do you think that those proactive measures, what are the factors that depend in terms of the industrial relations context to have greater institutionalization and so greater opening for initiatives that give voice to the different actors?
Okay. With regard to the first one, I actually wanted to say something about that. I mean, obviously value chains aren't supply chains supply chains are a part of value chains, but they are related, and moving things all over the place has an effect on climate change. Although digital technologies to a certain extent do help reduce that if your end markets are in a certain place, right, and you're leaving it there. But I think that things are in awfully big flux right at the moment, quite frankly. And it's really new. I mean, what happened in the last 6 months with supply chains was actually something that nobody really foresaw. I think it hit people incredibly by surprise. And that this whole idea about just in time and so forth, which, you know, they were being pushed to do and think, oh, this is so great, I save warehouse space and so forth, and now they're going like, oh, well, maybe that wasn't such a great idea and so forth. I do think things are incredibly in flux, and it's really important to keep a monitor of the activities that happen. I think it's definitely possible that in terms of, you know, actual manufactured goods, that one would have to consider whether or not things being very far away, if certain processes make a lot of sense in that regard, or getting certain supplies from certain places if it's not necessary. But as the McKinsey slide in a way showed, I mean, Europe's relatively small. And so for the sites that are in place now there, I don't see it as having a massive impact on them. It has a massive impact on a larger global scale, definitely. And I think that that's something that one has to really watch. In terms of the other thing, that's a difficult question. I mean, I usually do workplace level analyses. And I really do think it's very important to know what's happening on the ground, and that it's important to do empirical studies, for instance, with SMEs about, you know, what's happening with them in this whole process. I mean, maybe looking at the potential for networking, the potentials for innovative production possibilities also between firms and things like that. Because I mean, you know, it depends on, some of it's in a way, I don't know, it depends on the innovative base in your country. And some of it has to do with luck. And in terms of investors, that's, you know, a difficult issue. I think that in a way, the textile industry in this country provided some interesting examples for how you can transform something from being rather low level to something that moves up by being kind of aggressive in terms of your desires to move up the chain. I mean, Portugal obviously has some limits in terms of how they can do that in the auto industry. But they might be able to strengthen the SMEs by creating a better network system.
So I think we got to our timing. And now we have coffee break, I believe. So thank you very much, Pamela, for sharing your research and all the questions you may have, and for sure during coffee break people can address you and ask you some more questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I think we can move forward to our next panel, which is a round table on decent work in climate and digital transitions. I would like to introduce the topic to say that when we talk about climate change, normally we talk this is a question. We have to know how to mobilize resources in order to get to decarbonization and promote a greater energy efficiency, and to the question of renewable energies. Now, an aspect that is not talked about so much, and I believe that we have accompanied this, is the question of employment, of unemployment, subemployment, and the reconversion of professional reconversion. We have all accompanied the situation in Gulp and the closure of the Sines plants in Pego, and to what we have seen that with this lack of planning to anticipate these impacts. And so today we are going to reflect a little bit about this in terms of digitalization of, or rather, the digital transition. We have heard this morning a lot about the 4.0 industry, and at the same time, they underline the advantages of the growing interconnectivity, which is underlying this, and also the work. And the lack of qualified resources and the need for training are all interlinked. And so it is, I think that this panel is very opportune to be able to talk about the relationship between work and the transitions. Well, the Philadelphia Declaration, which was on the basis of the ILO in 1944, established that all human beings should be given the right to obtain their material well-being and spiritual well-being in conditions of freedom and dignity with equal opportunities. And it also adds in that declaration that the promotion of these conditions should be the main objective of national and international policies, which, with regard to the economic and financial characters, they should be admitted as a promoter of the conditions which sustain that objective. And in September 2015, the United Nations introduced the decent work of the 4 strategic objectives, and underline the creation, job creation, the guarantee of rights at work, the promotion of social protection, and the promotion of social dialogue. And so they were integrated in the Agenda for Development, Sustainable Development of 2030. In the 8th objective, mentions the sustainable economic growth, and it wants to increase to strive for full employment till 2030, all on an equal footing. And in Portugal, as you know, recently it was approved in the Council of Ministers 21st of October, a number of measures to take into account the decent work agenda and youth at work and the fight against precarious labour. The PRR once again reflects this question and has a part about decent work. The same PRR channels significant funds for these 2 transitions. And you know the percentage is 47%, 38% for transition, for climate and digital transition. And I would just like to say that today we have people from the automobile sector, because this is one of the most competitive sectors in terms of the optimization of resources, the tax and financial benefits, and this is one of the sectors where there is a greater social dialogue and the involvement of workers. And so we know that in Portugal, if on the one hand the competitiveness of the sector has been done at the cost of low salaries, low wages, to prevent the increase in wages, and not so much in terms of the increase in productivity. On the other hand, the specialization segment has got a lot to do with the internal combustion and the supply and the assembly of vehicles linked to this internal combustion vehicle and the spare parts. And so this is a segment which is faced with a number of challenges with the climate transition. In addition to this, because of Troika, we saw a weakening in terms of labour relations in the sector. So there are a number of aspects here, and so I have with us to talk to us Engineer João Melo, who is from Alta Europa, sociologist Daniel Bernardino, who works in Faurécia. He's one of the most important suppliers of spare parts for Alta Europa, and Professor of Law, a specialist in labour law and civil law, Professor Regina Redinha. And so before I ask the questions that I've got prepared, I would just like to introduce each one of these guests in more detail. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for having come and having accepted the invitation to be here. I really thank you. I think it's going to be a very interesting session. So, Engineer João Melo is getting in electrotechnics. He's worked in the production of Alta Europa since 2014. He's worked in this area since 1992 and has got great international experience. He was the director of production in Brazil, Africa, South Africa, and Germany, and he has accompanied all the major transformations in that company, which is the greatest, is responsible for 1.8% of the GDP. It's the greatest exporter with 6% of exports and has got over 5,000 workers. And in addition to this, Alta Europa has a great effect on others because it's got 700 suppliers of spare parts. Daniel Bernardino is the agent of logistic methods of Faurécia Palmela. He has a great experience as a trade union leader. He is the leader of CITSUL, and he is the coordinator of the Workers' Committee, and he was a founding member of the European Workers' Council, where he was in 2003-2007. He was elected by this body as the representative of the workers for the board, and so his first term of office has just ended in November and was renewed for another 4 years. Faurécia, as I said, is one of the main suppliers of the automobile industry. It is now 4 areas of its business. So, Professor Regina Redinha is a professor of law in the University of Porto. She is director of SIEGE, and her investigation has addressed labour law and the rights of worker, labour implications and the use of digital technology and the flexibility of labour relations. So This is organised in 3 rounds of questions. At the end, there will be a session open to the audience. So if you want to ask any questions, so could you come up here? We have this microphone, and because of the COVID restrictions, I'd like you to go to the micro, and those who were sitting in the front could hear the questions, but the interpreters couldn't hear them, so I'd appreciate it if you could come up here. So as you can also hear the translation, and everybody online can hear what is being said. Thank you. So talking about the global value chain of the automobile sector, if you look at this articulation between global logic of the value chain and its the repercussion on national dynamics. And so we know that there's an economic group that controls, but in the case of Europa, which is a subsidiary of an automobile constructor, there's a Bayern's house, and the optimization of the management model, and Pamela was talking about the technological questions, but in addition to this, there's an organizational change and an imposition of these organizational management models that put on a number of restrictions and condition the technological part. And so the optimization of the management model led to a logic of strong competition between the group. And so I would like to ask Jean-Mel if you could tell us what Alteropa's strategy is to gain added value in the value chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the invitation to be part of this panel. As Jenny said, we have a single customer, unfortunately. So the way we differentiate throughout the years, we have realized that the only way of being able to maintain our levels of production, because we're very far from the center of Europe and require high logistical costs, which take away some competitiveness. So what brings value is our ability to be able to adopt competitive solutions, such as improving quality, productivity, costs. There are 3 crucial indicators which place us inside or put us inside what we call internal competition. Because besides external competition, we're also have been faced with the competition of other Volkswagen plants. So this has been from the start the strategy we adopted. We'll have to work well and attain not just our goals, but always trying to go beyond our goals. So one of the dynamics which we were able to put into effect, which are quite relevant within the value chain, across the time, we were able to create a business unit, very important, of the cuttings. The cuttings are the essential tools to be used in metalwork, so it's the equivalent to molds in the plastic industry. And throughout time, taking into account the excellence of our tool workers, we were able to create a business unit which has 278 workers, and and works the tools from scratch, builds these tools from scratch and delivers to not just Volkswagen but to Skoda and Seat and other brands. This is something that we're able to develop and which adds up to our competitiveness. Another anchor that we've also created was components. We have a very well-equipped equipment which is almost 30 years old, although we are under our capacity, and we were able to start manufacturing parts for other products. For instance, we have a business unit for part production. Just to give an example, the Volkswagen Polo car, its parts are practically all manufactured here in Palmel, and they are sent to Pamplona where the car is assembled. So this is another anchor. We shall keep on this path, and we are going to approach climate change in a minute. So this is another anchor. Our painting facilities is now becoming obsolete. So we are wanting to make an investment to refurbish these facilities. Or we're also trying to get enough funds to build a new painting facilities, which will place us in a very good position in terms of decarbonization. The Volkswagen Group has the target of decarbonizing up to 2050. And if we're able to build this plant, we said we're going to be the first Volkswagen plant to be completely carbon neutral by 2028. So this is another anchor of our business. So how climate change has affected your business? Yes, climate change and digitalization is very important. I've given you an example, which is the case of painting. Climate change is not new for us. I brought a couple of examples. Ever since the start, we were very much concerned with all sorts of consumptions, water, electricity, and we wanted to reduce costs. We did so, but now we're very much focused on the environment. Let me just give an example. In the last 10 years, we reduced 35% of energy consumption. We produced 75% CO2 release into the atmosphere. We reduced COVs, which are volatile materials, into the atmosphere in about 49%. We reduced non-recyclable residue in 80%, and we reduced water consumption in 68%. So behind these reductions are very active initiatives. We have operational teams which strive for innovative solutions to improve processes, to reduce indicators. So this is the challenge ahead of us, decarbonation. As you know, the group has been faced with the biggest ever revolution in car industry, which is electrification. Electrification requires high amounts of investment to adapt our current plants or to build new plants. We'll keep on working the combustion models. We are outside electrification policy currently for the Iberian Peninsula because there used to be an Iberian strategy, but bearing in mind that the Spanish government was able to help to renew SEAT plant in Martorell, Barcelona, to install a battery plant in the former Mazda plant in Barcelona. So in the Iberian Peninsula, they're going to be the first ever to build 100% electric cables, and possibly Pamplona will follow. And for the time being, we're in this race. But we're currently producing T-Rock. Well, apparently we're going to be producing T-Rock, although it's not yet finally confirmed, but we're working on it. So my question to Danielle, we know that Fluorescia has got 85% of contracts are of permanent work contracts, and we don't have any temporary work. So my question is, why this combination of different contracts? Morning. I'd like to thank the invitation to CoLABOR to be here. Let me just, I'm not a trade union representative, but I am a coordinator of the workers' committee. 85%. The 85% of workers are engaged in this, or 85% of workers with a permanent work contract was very important for us. We have less than 80% of the workers when we started, which had a permanent contract. So when we had the current 15% with temporary work contracts, which have exactly the same conditions, rights and benefits that all the other workers. We don't have temp workers because of the current context. Volkswagen, which is our main customer, since 2012 we had to adapt when Volkswagen, because it's very competitive, and it's very competitive to its suppliers. So we had suffered the impact of the restructuring of the company, and after 2013 we had to find new solutions because we didn't want to be 100% dependent from Volkswagens, and so we are currently working for Land Rover in the UK. So our plant depend 50% from Volkswagen and 50% or 45% Land Rover and 5% from Mercedes. We supply Mercedes in Spain, and this dependency with our production cycle of volatile and Land Rover and Volkswagen, not taking into account Mercedes, which is a very small share. And in the social dialogue with the company, we wanted to adjust the number of workers to respond to the clients, which have the low cycle, which are working on low cycle. So to adjust to these cycles, we know that there are times when we have low production volumes, and workers have to adapt. And this flexibility, which we currently have, when there are no production days in Volkswagen, we have a situation which is no production days, the so-called down days. So when the client does not produce, we can't put people at home without losing income. And these cycles, which make us adapt the number of workers, bearing in mind the competitiveness of Volkswagen, leads us to another chapter to adjust workers, permanent and non-permanent workers. This competitive after 2013 made us cut wages, because now that we have a new business into the company, and to become competitive we have to adjust salaries along the lines of other similar companies. This raises a challenge. We don't accept or not accept to bring new business into our plant and to still keep it in Faroese or run the risk of being sold. Unfortunately, salaries today can be a bit better because the increase of the minimum salary, it is pressurizing if the employers, because now the workers have other claims. So the competitiveness that Volkswagen and Land Rover demand from their suppliers makes us change. Ever since we have Volkswagen since 93, 94, the salaries today in some cases are exactly the same as we earned 27 years ago. Now, this is a reason for concern. Somebody can say, as an employer, an employer can say that it's fine because it brings business to Portugal because it's very low wages, but it's not just wages that matter. Because we have very important indicators which are measured by these multinational, and we measure these indicators to bring business to Portugal. To conclude, what we have in terms of permanent and non-permanent workers has to do with the flexibility that the automotive industry makes us follow. Now, a question to Professor Regina. This flexibilization of the management models and the labor relations is the counterpart of precariousness on the labor side, right? So, my question to you is, what are the implications of these practices in terms of labor rights? Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this discussion. Thank you very much for the invitation, and now thinking about the concrete question, first of all, I'd like to say something as an introductory remark regarding the question of decent work. For law, this notion of decent work is an extremely difficult issue today. It started by being a concept which was created in soft law, which doesn't have a normative efficacy, and today it integrates the very relevant legislation such as the Constitution, the ILO Constitution. We forget sometimes that the decent work is currently included in the declarations of ILO. They are part of these regulations and is applied to all member states regardless of the application of the concrete regulations that were made. And this standard of comparison of concrete situations with the, in fact, giving it the highest dignity in terms of regulations. But this does not solve everything, because this is a concept which is a relational concept, an indeterminate concept. Every moment we have to elaborate and we have to complete with data which are change in terms of law and in social terms and even geographical with geographical level. The highest requirements of decent work is very different depending on of the geographies we are located. Although there is a minimal threshold which is common to all these concepts. When talking about the contractual relations, we are talking about some tension following this relative standard. And we have a great difficulty of making it compatible with other aspects, because labor law has got several decades of experience in dealing with precariousness, with flexibility, but it has practically no experience in dealing with the precariousness of the employer, which is a phenomena that is currently being disseminated with a high volatility. So when we're talking about this tension, it can only be overcome in legal terms via a preferential notion of life quality at the workplace. And this means that we're going to call upon all the data, the aspects which make up a decent work, and compare it with the concrete contractual relations, more flexible relations, with the transformation of fixed costs into variable costs, which is the case of the temporary work, which inaugurated in the labor law this concern, and was still very much alive, this difficulty of labor law of defining acceptable labor standards. How are we going to solve this issue of the quality of job? Through the recognition of personal rights, namely the personality rights of the worker. And we always have this tendency to reduce it to that chapter of personality rights. But this section, the basic rights, but they left it incomplete. There are many personality rights besides the ones regulated by labor law, namely the atypical personality rights, which are regulated by other legal acts, and which do not really have to do with the personal protection of rights, or rather protection of personal rights. So the solution provided by labor law is the strengthening of these personal rights, and particularly the creation of a coherent fabric that will overcome the fundamental tension in this duality in contractual relations. Mr. Melo told us about all the changes being made in the project. How do you see the future of Alto Europa in relation to the challenge of climate and digital transition? Right now, I know that the topic is digital transition, but the world crisis we are going through is not just caused by the pandemic, but also by the production cycle. The chip production cycle is the biggest challenge ahead of us. This year was quite negative. We stopped our production for 53 days, and down days unfortunately only cover 22 days. And next year it's as bad, or it will be even worse than this year. It's a big challenge in terms of climate and digital transition. On the digital side, we use all the accessible tools and new tools to improve our productive processes. So when we improve our productive processes, we inevitably create questions in terms of jobs which are no longer necessary. Let me give you a very practical example that you will certainly all understand. It's a very practical example of what Pamela was saying. Every day we assemble 900 cars. We test 900 cars in a 2-kilometer race course. Each team has got 15 drivers who do the testing. We have 4 teams, so we have 60 workers, and the only thing they do is just they pick up the car, they go to the course, which have several types of pavements, and they test the car. Now, and suddenly we have, we'll be having big data and artificial intelligence, AI, and we will introduce the data from the test, from the these tests into an algorithm. And the so-called road test predictor tells us that we do not have to test every car. We only need to test 50% of cars. So, automatically, half of these 60 workers will be redundant. They will not be needed because we don't have to test them all the cars. This is what the impact will be like. We have not implemented this yet. We are thinking about what to do with people who will out of a job, because most of them, they have other problems. They have some medical conditions, so this is why they were drivers. But this is a huge challenge for us, and we have only a few tools. Internally we try to these people into integrate these people into their. In 2017, we hired 2,700 workers, and currently many of them will have a permanent fixed-term contract with our company. We together with the Institute of Vocational Training, we try to adapt these workers into other functions, and we have had no results until now. So we require tools that will help us to overcome the situation, because inevitably digital brings us this challenge. Sensors, for instance, nowadays, artificial vision, the cost of a high-definition camera, for instance, compared with what we used to have 10 years ago, is about 20 times cheaper. With the introduction of artificial vision, we are able to improve many of our processes. And this is all related to digital transition, and the challenges ahead of her are mostly the ones which I've mentioned. how are we going to requalify or, well, and in digital transition, something which is also very important. So we're going to reskill our workers. We have always been reskilling and build capacities of our workers, mainly in maintenance, so as them to be able to follow this technological evolution, so that there will be can intervene in all these new technologies. So we have an academy that we have created together with Siemens some years ago, where we provide training to highly skilled technicians. Some of them, when we made this big recruitment, many of these skilled workers were hired from this academy, from the trainees of this academy. This is something that digital transformation brings us. And in climate terms, the challenge is decarbonization. And for decarbonization, we all have to think that the cost of decarbonization is extraordinarily high. And we will have to see where will we find economic resources to be able to follow this revolution. Now, Danielle, these questions of how are you dealing with digital transition in Faurecia, and what is the impact of these two transitions into the labor rights and labor relations? Decarbonization has been mentioned before, and it is the same as the policy of Faurecia. There's a delicate issue, and I am the coordinator of the Workers' Committee, and I'm sitting in the board of directors. I have privileged information, and sometimes we have many doubts because not even the members of the board of directors know how to proceed. So I have two hats, and I have to learn to deal with these two dimensions. But Faurecia in Portugal and globally, Faurecia has more than 340 plants across the world, and each country has its own decarbonization policy to attain a common goal. Our decarbonization policy implies some dialogue with the company. For instance, how can we reduce energy costs in the company? Our plant at Palmela, in terms of lighting, it's all LED lighting. Besides cutting energy costs, it creates better lighting for the whole plant. And there's a decarbonization policy of Faurecia, which has incentives to the plant managers. And amongst their objectives, the percentages of the objectives includes a decarbonization policy, and the reduction of energy costs is very much related to it. The impact that we may have in digitalizations and that digitalization can have on the workers for some years now. I don't know if you understand this. We have AGVs, small robots that transports parts and containers for different sections of our company, and the AI for the robot to transport the parts implied that some jobs were redundant. But in fact, we of course, so these functions were eliminated, but we didn't dismiss workers, because we were able to use these workers into other areas of the plant. We have a Faurecia University in France, in Paris, where the head office is, which provides some training courses at worldwide level from Portugal to China. Any worker can attend training. You have to agree with the head of the unit. Some people attend 16 hours per day, or some others have 24 hours per month to attend training. And through the computer that I have available for training, they can acquire some knowledge to be able to perform some functions that they wouldn't be otherwise qualified to do. This has been value added for many of our workers, but I believe that workers reach these new competences and with these new qualifications, in fact, the salaries did not follow these upgrades in qualifications. Why not? When a worker decides to improve his or her qualifications, the idea would be that the worker would be recognized by the company with a different salary. But in this area, there are, in fact, companies who do it. They pay for some of the costs for the training courses and the upgrade of qualifications. But if we think, if we relate this to digital transition and digitalization, if we're able that these internal competencies of the workers are upgraded, the transformation into the company in terms of digitalization is done at the cost of the workers inside the company, because they have been now qualified, they can implement new processes within robotics and the small AGVs that I've talked about. 10 years ago, it was unthinkable to tell a worker, so the container that you used, that you took in your truck is no longer necessary because he's going to go on its own. But after all these years, we see that the parts are placed into trucks without workers being needed. So how are we going to deal with these digital transformation? It's a huge challenge. Social impacts, economic impacts. I don't know if we're going to be prepared to deal with them, to create new jobs with better qualifications. Fine, that's okay. But how? What are we going to do with the workers when there are no longer solutions to fit them in, and they will go into the unemployment, go to unemployment? So what solutions can societies and governments find for these workers?
I would now like to say that in terms of labour laws, what are the implications of a climatic and digital transition that have got to do with the ICT? But I'm talking about the question of the borders, of bringing down the borders of the company that sort of disappear with the continuing transformation, the continuous using of platforms. Well, as we've heard, there are very few answers in the social and economic plan. And law is a reactive branch of knowledge, but probably have even fewer answers. But it, little by little, it is beginning to create mechanisms to adjust and to react to transformations, digital transformations, namely through the acceptance of new models. The labour law in the recent decades changed its type, changed its language, changed its methodology, and so it is now becoming aware of this reality, that is digitalization, and is doing so in a very interesting manner. So what are these new models? These new models, as I mentioned a while ago, have got to do with the attention that is given to the employer. That is through the need to train the employer. That is, the employers must be trained and must be given qualifications that allow them to give greater attention to the possibilities of labour engineering without resorting to the extension of the labour post. On the other hand, there is a very clear trend now, which is to bring contractual types closer together. Now, the problems that digitalization has is the fact that it camouflages a contractual language because of the fact that there is no frontiers in the company, no borders. So the bringing these types closer together decreases the problem of contractual qualification. And so how is this being done? It's being done mainly through two theories. One is joint employment liability. That is the liability of the intervening parties, of all intervening parties in the relationship, in the labour relations, and not only the last one or the one who calls himself the employer. And so that is the schemes of responsibility that imply more than one, involve more than one entity, and destroy the usefulness of creating different interests. And then the recognition of methods, alternative methods, or methods that are alternative to the classic clarification of a labour contract. That is the old method that is enshrined in the presumption of labour that the code shows. And these alternatives, there are a number of them, and all of them are in the legal startup phase, but some are beginning to have content and with certain acceptance, as we can see in the Uber agreement of the Supreme Court in England, and because that is and instead of trying to find those traditional sites, we look at the situation as a whole, and we can assess whether it should be legally protected, regardless of the names and the contractual configuration. So we look at things more as a whole, and we don't look so much at the individual parts, which is characteristic of the other method. Let me just look at the time. Last question. And so I'd appreciate it if you could be very concise in your answers so as we can open to the audience. Well, some of you talked about the difficulty of maintaining competitiveness. On the other hand, gains in productivity, which are not shared with the workers. And what I would like to ask is, how is this question of the different transitions is or should be treated within the scope of collective bargaining? Now, I have this idea that innovation wants to introduce technology, but it is never taken to collective bargaining. And it maybe only later is it mentioned when it's being implemented. And so my question is, how should it be treated within the scope of collective bargaining in order to preserve this decent work agenda, in order to involve the different stakeholders that are part of this organisation? And in the case of Professor Gina Redina, could you mention the part of the personalised law? So I'll begin. There. I'll work our way back. Thank you. Well, if I understood the question, the concern would now be to get an idea of how labour law deals with or will deal with the question of climate transitions and its impact on labour relations. I confess that I'm not really prepared to answer or to put forward proposals with regard to the question of collective bargaining. Well, with regard to the climate question, there is a need to consider some assumptions beforehand. That is a consolidation of a law of personality now within the legal scope and non-legal scope, but with great difficulty in making any progress, legally speaking, because up to now the environmental question was first of all seen as a concern and not as a right, and then when it is seen as a right, it is seen as a right. Environment law is made by it's made by way of sanctions. There are no mechanisms of individual mobilization. But now the situation is changing and has done so very recently. The Shell agreement, where Shell was ordered to reduce CO2 emissions, even without there being a built-up right, a right that existed. So there was made a public order clause, which I'm not going to go into. But this was a first step, because what is missing for mobilization, labour and extra labour legislation is a law that's associated with people's protection. That is the right of personality, which from point of view of jurisdiction, we have no problems in creating it. We could include it in what is called the Book of the Development of Personality, which is a formula which has existed in our legal system since the Constitution of the Republic. So based on this idea that there is a law pertaining to each, or that everybody has a right to a stable climate, which is a notion which has got to do with climate changes, but the maintenance of a standard that allows for living conditions, acceptable living conditions, and from there, based on this recognition, we can transpose it to labour law, and we can include it in the circle of protection that we already have in relation to the worker, given that it will just be another one. In the Labour Code, we do not have the enshrinement of this book of development of personality. We can do it in different ways. That's a legally technical aspect. We can do it through the general clause, or we can make it a sort of multi-level reference to the constitutional law. What is missing now is the perception of a need for this legal aspect, the construction of this legal aspect. And a good start of the solution through green jobs, based on the Green Deal, the EU Green Deal, which July 2021 has allowed for research to start through the establishment of tax measures and the measures associated with the reduction of environmental loads and jobs. We talk about green jobs. We're not talking only about jobs in certain sectors or in certain areas. We're talking about any job that could have a better performance in environmental terms, and that is where labour law could give its contribution. Well, for workers' associations or organisations, when we want to talk about digitalisation, Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, climate transitions, we have to give great importance to what the workers' organisations say in our country when there's a collective bargaining and agreement with the leaders of Troika. For example, a couple of years ago, we were in a weaker position to discuss these points. But if trade unions are not aware of this question, and if they do not debate these questions seriously, then we're going to be left behind. And automobile constructors are always in the front. So when if trade union don't talk about this seriously, and workers should be brought into the discussion, because this has got to do with our city and the production of the jobs we want for the future. So we'll be a little bit lost in this question of workers' organisations. So it would be it's also important to say that this alteration with the lack of semiconductors, and it's got to do with logistics on the global level. So if you look at China and see what's happening there, and global organisations of automobile manufacturers there, and they're being monitored with colours: red, amber, yellow. They can stop maybe because of lack of energy, because coal factories are being stopped, and so with these questions and lack of raw material, and so 50% of steel comes from China, and so it's very concerning for our transformation that we see in society today. We no longer export things in trucks, but now it's in ships, and so it's very difficult to hire a sea container, ship's container. And so the fact that China has 72% of energy, of course, which goes to industry, and then residences and services. 20 factories in China, many of them are located in these areas, and they're painted in red. We are worried about this because they may have spare parts in order to supply our clients, and the factories could have to shut down. But going back to the question of collective bargaining, if we do not discuss this matter seriously, even though collective bargaining could be a decisive factor for us to organize ourselves as a society in an industry. I could give you an example of our in Palmelo. We had a collective bargaining agreement, and with the stop of that, the company changed its business, and then it was possible to put in another collective bargaining agreement when we only have one trade union member. And there's a work that has a trade union, but the collective bargaining agreement is applied to all the workers, and which is absolutely extraordinary. You have to think not what's in the labour code, but what's in the labour collective bargaining agreements, which may have a higher level. So if we continue like this, then I think all of us are going to lose, because with the collective bargaining, if we look at other countries that benefit and collective bargaining is to get workers to have very important for workers, etc. So get better salaries. So this discussion must continue. So, our main interlocutors are the workers' representatives in relation to the collective bargaining agreement in Europa. In terms of benefits and advantages, we've always been above what was set out in the collective bargaining agreement. So, with the workers' representatives and following the policy of the parent house, we found the best solutions. So, what are we doing now on the 22nd of April? On the Day of the Planet, we stopped production for an hour, and so about 1,000 collaborators participated in workshops linked to the environment, and so we had contributions of the workers, and we raised awareness about behaviour in the factory, but not only, but in the society with regard to the environment. We have a Way to Zero week, we're promoting, we're raising awareness of all the workers about the importance of decarbonisation. And we have to reach our objective. And so that's basically how we act with our co-workers. And so now, if anybody has a question, so if you want to ask a question, feel free to, and if you could be very quickly.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. Minha pergunta é direcionada para o Sr. Daniel.
My question is for Danielle, João, and the professor. So, if on the one hand, robotization replaces the workers and the activities that require efforts, etc. Now, when that robotization is integrated with artificial intelligence, it replaces workers, that is, cognitive activities, so it actually gives the I would like to know whether the companies see things a little bit differently, because I can imagine that workers react differently when they're replaced by activities that require their efforts, and they're going to give them greater security than those that are activities which are cognitive. Now, in law, in labour law, can you regulate the use of artificial intelligence in those activities where human beings are replaced in their cognitive work? Thank you. In terms of privatization in our industry, artificial intelligence is not really advance. In automation, yes. But there's an important part that you mentioned that's got to do with the ergonomic improvement of workplaces. And we have workplaces that ergonomically are disqualified. We know which posts need more workers, and quite often with the help of automation, whenever possible, we try and reduce the ergonomic risk for these jobs. So sometimes these improvements are done, are introduced, and the workers who are put into other teams. In terms of artificial intelligence, well, to be frank, we haven't got there yet. Not in our plant, at least.
Na questão da automação, claramente.
In automation, and following the lines of the previous speaker, there are posts which are where truly these adaptations have to be done. When there is a need to have automation in a given post, we're always involved. There are economic issues. We have an economic study and with the mapping of the areas where there are most difficult positions for workers and the occupational diseases that exist. We have some areas in the company with a very intensive manual labor force. And sometimes it's not even necessary to replace the worker by an automation. Sometimes automation is used to do some of the work during the 8-hour shift. As representative of the workers, what really matters is to minimize occupational hazards across the company. We have a mapping of those workers with occupational diseases, and they are all allocated to other areas, depending on their limitations. And this is done with a multidisciplinary team. In the company, we have human resources, production managers, health and safety representatives to find solutions for those workers which cannot be allocated to a job where they require manual work. In relation to AI, we don't have many instances. In Faurecia, AGVs, the small robots, use AI. Those who program the robot is a human. And even for that function, because there is an automation, which is going to the worker who does the programming is a worker of the company which has been re-qualified to be able to perform these duties. Before replying the question, let me just update what I just said, that the Environment Committee has just approved the recognition of climate as a object of law in the future, climate law, which will be voted quite soon in the Parliament. So maybe we will truly have not just this climate as an hypothesis, but the actual recognition of climate as a legal object with which we can work. Now, in reply to your question, I have no doubts that sooner or later the labour law will be occupied with regulating automation and AI mechanisms. However, I do not believe that it will do so in quantitative terms. Labour law has set aside these quantitative concern during the 80s, and I believe that we will not go back. we are currently it currently has a qualitative role in regulating work relations and not really an active role in the quantity of jobs kept or lost. This is a variable that can be changed in any moment. In relation to automation and AI, I'm certain that it will be dealt with by labour law in terms of responsibility, the recent importance that the theories of joint accountability and the joint accountability of employers may have, and also, particularly in the case of automation, it will have an impact on health and safety at the workplace. Thank you. I try to be brief. I'd like to thank CoLABOR for this panel and for the whole work and for this day. Let me focus on a couple of questions discussed here, which are fundamental for the future. Danielle raised some questions that I'd like to strengthen the discussion of these questions between workers. CGTP, this trade union, should have this debate, an in-depth debate, because as workers' representatives, we also have to think how much is the worker worth at the workplace. The experience has not been great in terms of contracting. What is taking place at the industry level, the collective contracts are no longer in use, and this is a serious problem, which is the duration of the collective contracts. So to say how contract is going to respond to climate change is very difficult without first solving the problem of the duration of the collective contracting. I've heard Mr. João Melo issue a very important concern, which is to requalify, the example of the road tests in cars. Qualifications has got limits. So what do you do with workers after they can no longer be further qualified? Training is essential, but training has got another problem. We become more qualified in terms of training, but in terms of salary, we are not equally recognized. We have to set aside this contradiction and to promote decent work. And I have not heard something mentioned, which is so important in the current times of digitalization and the reduction of working hours. If we have technological means that allow to increase production, so workers should be entitled to have fewer working hours. So I believe that this is the case. So this is a question for you. Thank you. Let me just suggest that now 2 further questions. Please come up and put the questions so that the panel will answer them. We'll answer all of them so that we will then conclude not very late. Morning. I'm a worker of the automotive industry of Renault, and I'm really enjoying this debate. We're talking about different companies, but there are things which are so similar between our companies. When we talk about collaborators. We're not collaborators. We are talking about workers. We're talking about labor law and ILO. We have to defend these. We are workers. We're not collaborators, but collaborators come from a Latin word which is work in partnership and work together. So we work to make money at the end of the month. Those who work in the companies will have to defend this. We are workers. So what Daniel said is interesting. At Renault in 2016, it decreased salaries. In 2016, the same thing. And now, after 8 years, we have not had a salary increase in this brutal scenario, which is so unstable. We have to start thinking. Well, it seems that we have decided to talk all about the same thing, but it's not true. I talk about my company. I know it's a highly digitalized company with HEVs. The work rhythms are becoming more intense. We see people working with more and more machinery. The Renault Group has got some ethics codes, the European Works Council, which talk about work-life life balance. And I see, and this has been news last week, the president of Portugal went to Renault to celebrate 40 years in the morning. In the Workers' Committee had to deal with a request for more flexibility and more work. So what are our benefits? So we have no time to be with families. We don't have family time. Companies have more and more production, more and more profit, so we must have our share. This is what is really important when we discuss decent work. And a last question, which is so relevant. In the old days, work was very strenuous. Today we have more mental work. And what we see in these companies, which are highly digitalized, that we have people with many mental issues, many mental diseases. So what can be done? Another question? Please be brief. Hello. To all of those who are watching us via streaming, I'd like to thank CoLABOR for this debate. I'd like to present my views in relation to digitalization and Industry 4.0. In the 90s, Aldi decided to build a plant in Győr, in Hungary, and used the industrial schools, the trainings of the industrial schools, which came from the former regime. And these schools were not equipped for new technologies they were going to use at the plant. So, together with the Hungarian government, they equipped the industrial schools, surround the plant with all the technology they are going to use in the plant. So after 3 years, this is for the secondary level, for the all the industrial courses. After 3 years, the plant opened, and they had to provide no training to these workers because they could recruit from the industrial school. So my question is, what do you think of extending this method to the plants, to the regions where the plants are? locators so that we can recruit new people which are duly equipped. To deal with Industry 4.0. In relation to Industry 4.0, I don't have many fears because I believe that we're going to produce more. There are people who purchase, and if that's the case, there will be fewer unemployment. So this is cyclical. Companies are going to find ways, either reducing working hours as said, or in any other way. I recall that in the middle of 20th century, people worked 16 hours ago, and they're only 1/3 of the productivity. And the last point, collective bargaining. Spain has already solved this problem with an agreement in their collective bargaining. They cover the new professions which are now related with digitalization. Now, finally, the third speaker. To be very brief, let me just leave you a couple of data for your reflection. If we draw a triangle between qualifications, competitiveness and salaries, we conclude that in the case of Portugal, we have been working a lot, and we have worked in qualifications. We put a stop to the migration of all the most qualified youth, but we really have not worked upon salaries. If we pick up the 20 most competitive countries in the European space, we realize that they all have average salaries which are at least double hours in average. They all have weekly working hours which are under our working hours, and there is an additional point. Between 2015, I've just made these very brief calculations, between 2015 and 2027, covering two community support frameworks and RRP, we're talking about 38 billion euros for companies. And I believe that these data on competitiveness make it fairly clear that those who produce wealth are workers, and that there is a fierce competition for qualification and for knowledge, and this is why the most competitive countries really pay better salaries. This is the consequence of this struggle. Portugal will have to value knowledge, and it means the same thing as valuing human resources. To conclude, regarding digital transition, because knowledge has a great impact on the way digitalization is put into effect. Digital transition is the outcome of political choice. For instance, if we look at digital platforms, what do we see? The highly qualified professions exist, but then after, only have those at the bottom. In the middle, you have algorithms, and this business model is the outcome of a option. Shouldn't there be a regulation regarding the way how digital transition is carried out, or should it just be leave it in the hands of the market? That should be in our hands as a society. Now, very, very quickly, could you just briefly reply? To be honest, Antonio raised a very specific question. I can give the example of Alta Europa. We are briefly going to celebrate 30 years. Demographically speaking, we have a group of people, the first workers to be recruited, that will soon be into retirement age. Most of them are highly qualified. And what do? We started to have the transition of the know-how of these people to the young people who got recruits from the academy, and they are working in tandem with these more experienced workers. we have a transition period of 3-4 years so that the experienced workers will get to retirement age. We will have sufficiently qualified people to replace them.
Tentar muito rapidamente essa questão da redução.
In terms of reducing working hours, this is a priority, no doubt. In our industrial park, while Alto Europa does not produce working hours, we can't do it because we're working just in time mode. The working hours depend on the companies we are dependent upon, such as we who are dependent on 1 or 2 clients, then we can work the same way. Otherwise, the Auto Europa will no longer produce some cars, as many cars as it is today. There are work rhythms which are now becoming more accelerated, but as representative of workers, we're able to promote some social dialogue within companies. It's very important for us to follow these changes. Our commission every Thursday knows about the production of next week and with how many workers. If the production is increased, then the number of workers is the same. Something is wrong, and then we speak up before the board. And we do monitor these labor rhythms, because if they are exceeded, occupational diseases will certainly increase. In relation to mental diseases, we currently have a study, a psychosocial study we carried out in the company, which recommended some actions to be followed. We had a burnout in the company of a logistics manager, which is very, very difficult issue for the plant. So she's currently working, sometimes teleworking and other days at the plant. And what was possible for this manager, many times that they came to her at a workplace for situations which had nothing to do with her function. It took her time, and at home she does not have to deal with so many interruptions, so she has more time to concentrate on her work. So she can now have this space and working from home part-time during part of the working hours. Industry 4.0, I agree with what Antonio says. Production has to be present and buyers as well, and solutions have to be found. Clearly, what I said at the beginning of my intervention is that if there are greater qualifications, these qualifications have to be recognized, and collective bargaining can help out in this aspect. We have these professions in collective contracts. Some of them are not even no longer in use. The stakeholders have to influence the government to specify these collective contracts, and we have to see how solutions can be found to change the scenario of collective bargaining. In Spain, they changed it somehow, and Troika has implemented this in Spain between the agreement with the current government. We couldn't do it in Portugal, so we're really lagging behind in terms of workers' rights. Let me just say that in relation to the question of the reduction of working hours and its relation with working hours, this has to do with the increase of the quality of employment and the possibility of the work-life balance. So these recent experiences, namely the negotiations which have taken place in New Zealand and Japan for this reduction on a medium-term basis can have a negative effect. They can also so the salaries can't decrease, and they may open the door to these decrease of the life standard of workers. So this solution should not be, is not as attractive as sometimes it seems at first hand. So thank you very much to you all, to the guest speakers, to the publics. I'd like to thank the interpreters and apologize because we have a slight delay. Let me just say that we have introduced several topics which deserve an in-depth discussion, as is just the start of the path. But we'll try to do it at CoLABOR. Thank you very much. At 2:30 we will be back to resume our session. Thank you very much. Let us now resume the session. Hello, good afternoon, welcome back. Now, our intention for this afternoon is to look at transitions, and in particular technological transition under the viewpoint of challenges to the labour market regulations. To reflect upon this important issue, in CoLABOR there is a research on social economy and social protection, which has been very much focused on the emergency COVID-19 crisis. A report which is about to be published on the impact of COVID-19 on elderly homes and the challenges and how long-term care is provided in Portugal, but it also means to be a prospective line of research. We're currently developing a micro-simulation model which we're going to use to inform labour and health policies and the impact. And in our agenda, we aim at following the sustainability and benefits in the social protection system. And between social protection and labour, there's also the question of the future of labour, which is indissociable from the current model of work, which is very much focused on the efforts of the employers and workers, the main stakeholders in the labour market. It is currently the basis of our social security, and for decades there is discussion on how to diversify financing sources, how to adapt benefits to demographic evolution, how look at emerging risks, how to take on board workers which we used to call atypical conditions, how we do take on board this plurality. And another debate where the side by side to these social security should be a complementary social protection in terms of contractive collective contract, as we've mentioned this morning in terms of social dialogue. It's all of these reflections that the perspectives for the future of work also bring. I believe that today the first apocalyptic visions are overcome, which pointed out to a future without work. The last report of the Global Economic Forum on the future of what if sector or industry and AI. The machines that work and learn side by side to humans are going to become a reality in the future labour market. The change of technology by market components can change some balances, and today we have new ways of work which question the model of labour law created in the 19th century, which implied that labour was an independent work in a fixed setting, and this has now been changing. This is a series of concerns that in terms of social protection and social dialogue we have been discussing at CoLABOR. So this inspires us to organize this session. We invited three very well-known experts with different backgrounds who are going to share with us their reflections. On my left-hand side, Mr. Albuquerque, economist and worked in research in the university at the start of his career, and then he worked in public administration, currently the Director General of the Office of Strategy and Planning of the Ministry of Labour. On my right-hand side, Professor Paz-Lima, sociologist. She's been a professor at ISCTE. She works with in a research center in Denmark, and she's a researcher of Dynamic ISCTE, one of the research centers at this university. It has a vast area, many publications in this area. And on the far right, we have Mr. Silva, who's also an economist, who also been in the academia. He was high official of the European Commission, where he had some special responsibilities in monitoring employment policies, and today he's a consultant in this area, and he has recently developed research on the future of social security with several proposals as consultant to the Confederation of Trade and Services in Portugal. You have the floor. I would like to start with, I'd like to put you a challenge, and you will try to adapt a general question on these future views. What do we know? What we do not know? What can we anticipate in terms of technological changes? What are the impacts on the labour market? So, Ms. Albuquerque, please tell us about your opinion about this view. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank CoLABOR. I'm a bit nervous because it's been 2 years since I've been on stage in an event, and I'm serious. I'm not joking. And we forgot some rituals to greet people, to be in a room with people, and sometimes on screens we pretended that we were listening to one another, but we weren't. So I'd like to thank CoLABOR, because first of all I'd like to start enumerating some of our discussions in 2019, and then I'm going to look to the future. I'm sorry for not being in the morning session. I hope that I will stay for the remaining of the afternoon. And these are very important occasions for public administration officials, as I provide public services that nobody remarks. For instance, if there is no study, if there are no statistics, people miss this because apparently the public administration has resources to pay for these studies. People miss them, but we not learn with researchers, with social partners, with academia, and with workers. And in this respect, CoLABOR is a privileged space to get together with researchers. So where were we in 2019? In the last public events in 1919, what have we discussed, and what we discussed today in terms of our political agenda in 2021 with social partners, not just employers and workers' representatives. And the third point on some proposals, some conditions which have changed with COVID and teleworking. And lastly, something which is really relevant for any democratic process, and the participation for decision-making. And the public administration has surely some responsibilities. The academia, researchers, the collaborative labs have a unique opportunity, a wonderful technological capability which is higher than public administration. Social partners can promote more robust and cohesive solutions, more democratic in a word. In 2019, how did we envisage the future? There were demographic scenarios which were more or less dependent on migration, on birth rate. We had macroeconomic scenarios dependent on the GDP growth of 2 to 3% or slightly less. There were some scenarios on some social security items. We didn't know whether the benefits would change depending on the climate change and the absenteeism. And although the scenarios change every 2 to 3 years, the world was quite stable in the macroeconomic models the economy was running. Business as usual. Sometimes there was some crisis, but COVID had a huge impact in terms of not being able to work, not being able to go by only with the informal economy, and the constraints that we had to do medium-term forecasts in terms of demography, aging, birth rates, and migration are still the same, and we can't. It may have speeded up these processes. We do not estimate the impact that new technologies, long life learning and new qualifications might have, not just on productivity, as well as in the salary growth associated with productivity. Sometimes we look at productivity and we don't see the salary increase. Just like 2 years ago, we still talk about salary policy, minimum wage, transition between professions, activity, inactivity, employment and unemployment, as if nothing had changed. But in fact, a great deal has changed, and it's certainly going to influence the future scenarios. And we still believe that family-friendly policies, work-life balance, may create wealth, allow for new professions, but also to reverse some demographic balances which are quite damaging if we do not have workers to replace those retiring. And in 2019, we already believe that climate transitions will change our lives, but never have we been able to say that whether it makes us have different activities which generate a great deal of unemployment and unqualified unemployment, and what is to be done to those people. I don't know if we discussed this in the morning, as I told you I couldn't be here. And besides the environment, when we talk about robotization, AI, digitalization, I can't forget, because sometimes when we see some debates, we have the Charlot movie, Modern Times, in the machine where he was having lunch while being in charge of the maintenance of the machine. But I'm sorry, but I eat while looking at the computer. Quite often we are working while having lunch. So the machines have changed. We do not consider ourselves as manual workers, but I don't think if things have changed that greatly. And in terms of 2019, there's a big alliance between the President of the United States and North Korean leader who would create huge distances in the Korea, or they would create holiday resources in another destination would affect our activities. And when it means affects our social and economic activities, it means the way how we have an individual collective relations with work, self-employed, dependent workers, employers, and the impact that it has in labor and in unemployment, in social conflicts, as well as the future of those workers in terms of our career as contributors to social security. And where do we stand in 2021? We have strategic documents which are very relevant, and politically speaking, I do agree with this or not, the Green Book for the Future of Work, or what was on top of the agenda in terms of decent work, or the national strategy of beating poverty with a very strong strategic access, which implies the integration in the labour market, promote the qualification as instrument to fight poverty and inequality. It's hard to analyze the current situation in 2021 in relation to these tools of the discussion between social partners, between political parties, parliament, with an information that we all use in the academia and among social partners, which are the single report of human resources, and the information is from 2019, or another tool which is the analysis of the family incomes in 2019, and we are in 2021 discussing poverty and inequalities. This is a work, future of work, based on information of a world which is no longer ours, and it's a very big restriction that prevent us from drawing better scenarios and possibly make better decisions. What proposals do we currently discuss in terms of the future of social security and alternatives to financing, or new ways to guarantee sustainability, financial sustainability, but also the adequacy? Sometimes we only look at social security on the financial viewpoint, sometimes we only look in terms of the adequacy, and in terms of economic sustainability for employers and for workers, we do not think so much. So the proposals imply considering all the whole contributions of the workers, when it probably will be interrupted quite often, and it will be the outcome of several sorts of labour relations. We have self-employed, we have the dependent employers, but as the academia has showed, people have during their lifetime different types of work relations, and as we've seen during the pandemic, they have a small income which is capped as a dependent employer. They cannot be supported in terms of the income from self-employment. So these social security was built for a single type of contributions. The calculation of the pension funds were defined when there was economic growth or even inflation, and we're currently seeing that it has an impact not just on public expenditure, but it has an impact on the way, on its impact on the economic activity. We have thought about a new regime for self-employed. The pandemic came, and we realized that the culture was not covered, cultural activity was not protected by regime of self-employed. We're all very happy organizing the system, but in fact we are not at all protecting people, some because they do not declare their own income, and others because they do not have a regular economic activity. And when we talk about diversification of financing sources, or allocating taxes to social security, such as VAT or the property tax, when you talk about taxation of robots. So when we purchase an electrical appliance, we already pay tax, or do we pay the same tax for robots who replace work? And sometimes we have alternatives. How do we tax platforms in terms of social security? Somehow we already tax is self-employed through social security, but there are others who define to apply VAT. And what about complementary systems? The pillar of the social security, the fund of social stability, the financial stability of social security. Have we ever discussed whether this fund should invest in companies with corporate responsibility companies which are not very profitable still create jobs with other indicators such as combating income inequalities or gender inequalities. They could be used as indicators of this company. Would they deserve public financing if the profitability of the companies is lesser? I have the obligation of supporting the state budget discussions sometimes when it is not approved. Well, it's not because of the technical responsibility, it's not because we have not made calculations. We have limited responsibility on this. What is the space of Parliament? What is the role of the academia to discuss with the current information different society models? Because at the end of the day we're talking how the way we organize ourselves, and I believe that our discussions, with all due respect, we never have people from philosophy or anthropology discussing this, and one of the editorial successes in the summer is a work written by an anthropologist based on experiences in Namibia, Kalahari, and from other times. So I'd like to conclude this first round of questions mentioning the creation of the Institute of the Development of the Labour Force from 1962, which, in view of the realities and the changes in society at the time, they picked up people and divided it in three groups. The invalids as they were called. I'm sorry, it's not politically correct. Invalids would be entitled to pension funds. Right. Those which are indispensable to work will be admitted in the companies which have been reorganized, and all the others. The others which are neither invalid nor can be used, they will have a temporary unemployment benefit. Even if this has given rise to the Institute of Employment Vocational Training, so that the unemployment benefit should not be granted. This is how we looked at reality in 1962, changing the names. This is how we look at this reality in 2021. We have the elderly workers pre-retirement solutions. In companies, we lose a memory that we cannot find in unicorns. Without wishing to be a dinosaur, because dinosaurs are already extinguished, are already extinct. We, researchers, public officials who contribute towards the decisions of social partners, what do we need to look at our society and say, we are just not giving employment to young people retiring earlier than it was supposed, the people who are not yet on the retirement age. We should not just provide training just for the sake of training, because so sometimes we ask people, so what are we doing? I just, I attend training, but what sort of training? Well, I just attend training. In long life learning should be something which is just not an accumulation of training courses, and whether are we not available to those who do not have access to retirement funds and cannot go back to the labour market. Find a solution is a basic income, unconditional income, basic income, regardless of the taxation, because the employment work is central in our relations. It's either no longer central, but we have to find a solution to basically make up for those people who have no way of coming back to the labour market and still not yet in the retirement age. I hope that we'll keep on discussing.
Thank you very much. I think that we have to go back and think about this. Rather, to this idea that 2021 may not be the same as 2019 plus 2. And so there's an equation in which there is a change and so there's the emergence of new questions, so there will be a deepening of trends. And the second thing is that we are responding with the categories of policies of 1960, and we could model policies that could accompany these new trends. We are recycling and retreading visions that have been around since the foundation of the social welfare state in the 1960s, which was inspired on the post-war welfare state. And so these transformations may not be the same, but to help us in our reflection, I believe that our next step is to ask Maria da Paz to look a little bit closer and tell us about the trends that are there, and that is technological transformations in acceleration because of the pandemic, but technological transformations that had already existed can challenge the way we regulate our work. Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much to CoLABOR, and I would like to congratulate them for this initiative, which is very necessary at the time today, both in Portugal and in Europe. And we all know that there's a number of ongoing debates or proposals. For example, the European Directive on working platforms, and we expect it to be decided at the end of this year. And so from the point of view of the political scientific debate on the national level, but from the European point of view, these questions are on the agenda. So it's clear that this is a challenge to answer, to try and resolve a number of questions here. But I would like to begin by saying that quite often we emphasize, or we say that we say that what is not really new is new, or trends that are not really new, but to take on different shapes. And from this point of view, because of the forms and shapes that are new, they are quite novel. So the role of technology has to be measured and reflected on, refusing the technological determinism. That is the idea that the forms of labour, business models, responses in terms of social security and other types of social protection would result from unavoidable effects of the technological configuration. So I would say that 20 years ago we discussed this with a number of important authors in the area of sociology, like Pack and Castells, who used the metaphor of the first risk society or the information society, and then network society secondly, and to take into account the challenges that were placed at the beginning of the 21st century with the situation with globalization and of the market, the services and the products, and the possibility of displacing production, the liberalization of financial markets, all these dynamics that were economic and political dynamics that were being enhanced by information technologies. Castells said that work society is based on a mixture of continuity of the capitalist mode of production and its continuity of the informational mode of development. And so this idea that of information, it was very strong. And so obviously at the time it was said that these developments wouldn't be homogeneous, and that society, the global society, doesn't mean that everything would be equal. No, on the contrary, there would be tensions and movements and asymmetries and complex processes. Yeah, so Beck, in his publication, said the Brazilianization of the West and divide them into 4 groups. Here we're talking about the new world of work. The class of Columbus would be global, so this idea that is the digital nomads, and there's an idea of Columbuses of the global area, a precarious employment on top of qualifications, and so this was already been announced, but today it's quite common to say that the precariousness of workers, poor workers with pure low qualification employers whose freedom made them poor, and so we're talking about informal work, independent work, self-employed, that doesn't find labour structures, and the localized poverty of those who are no longer considered necessary. And so that was written in 2001. That is 20 years ago. And so what is new here? Well, all these processes, all these authors talk about the individualization of labour relations, the precarious labour relations, and being implicitly leaving us with the idea that the right to work did not correspond under the conventional norms, collective bargaining norms, and the right to work do not correspond to these problems. And so this vision didn't really help understand the tensions that existed between one thing and another. And so this was a question, a conflictual question. And so this was resolved in a number of countries. It wasn't standardized, even in Europe, and so it was resolved in different ways. And one of the ways was through the neoliberal response of casual labour. And so what is new is the fact that, so after this rather long introduction, I apologise as a leader, I think it's worthwhile to remember that the most significant example of this of novelty has got to do with the digital platforms, worked on digital platforms. It's interesting to see that from this perspective, a number of Brazilian perspectives, Brazilian authors who have a very interesting reflection, and here I'm thinking about Nogueiras and Ricardo Antunes, and they say that the great novelty in the organization of work introduced by the new ITCs, in addition to the way that the profit is obtained, is to allow the companies to use these tools as sophisticated instruments to control the labor force. And this is all thanks to algorithms. Now, here we have the idea that we are talking about work, paid work, salaries. This basically, but it finds a new way, and this new way means that on the one hand, the non-recognition of the labour relation, so that is the worker with the labour contract and the employer as with responsibility. That is responsibilities with respect of labour rights and the social protection rights. And so I call this a question, and Ricardo Antunes, from this perspective. Why? Because the platforms appear in 2014 with Uber, after an international crisis that had increase the erosion process, that is the casual labour processes, and with mass unemployment in the United States and in Europe, and where in fact there is an opportunity, quote unquote, given the fact that there is a labour force that was available in a situation that they were practically desperate to take on any offer of work. And so there is a void over a long period of time. This void in Portugal was only filled in a very peculiar way in 2018 when the regulation of the TVD transport. But basically it is a business model that is set up at the same time and in violation of all the rules from a legal point of view, which define the labour relations, labour codes of different countries, the rules of collective bargaining, because all the aspects in relation to working hours, in relation to pay, in relation to dismissals and rules of dismissals, the basic questions of the labour rights, not as working time, salaries, pay, wage, etc., and the labour contracts are overcome by these platforms. And so after a couple of years, we can see that there's some progress from the point of view of what? The point of view of initiatives, discussion of these initiatives took on different forms and different areas. And this isn't just by chance, because this has got to do with the systems of labour relations in each country. To give you an example, the first collective labour contracts with the platforms occurred in Denmark. And following this process, there are cases, interesting cases of collective bargaining in Norway, and more recently in 2021 in Italy as well, where the different trade union organizations in Italy came to an agreement to negotiate the collective labor agreement with one of the platforms that is just it, which is the same platform that negotiated in Denmark and in Norway. So here there are elements in relation to the strategies of platforms and the way this negotiation takes place. But we have to say that in companies, well, later trade relations that are part of the law, the Portuguese case is typical or atypical case, given that it was one of the first countries, if not the first country, to create a mechanism in relation to the individual transport of vehicles that takes away the responsibility of the employer from the platforms. It was the law that built up a process where the platforms have no responsibility and from the point of view of employers as an employer. And creating a concept which is intermediary. And so we can't say that this entrepreneur, he can but this entrepreneur doesn't define the activity of the driver's activity. This activity is under the control of the platform and not of the person. It is not him that suspends the driver's activity, or that he cancels or fires the driver. He is just a figure that has he just blocks things, but he has to manage this rather complex situation. So from my point of view, this is an absolute aberration, and this model this parallel model has been with the idea in France, which is a company called Portage Salarial, which is a third entity that is halfway between the platform and that is a way of taking away the responsibility. Taking away responsibility. So this question has been discussed in Europe by the European Trade Union Congress, and so from the proposals and the debate in the European Parliament under the draft directive, there's a sort of tension around this because on the side of the European Union, it's not clear that this the situation of recognising labour situation there has to be these platforms that have to prove the contrary. That is a situation of, for example, the freelance workers has to be prevailed, but the idea of the European Parliament and the European Trade Union Congress, this is clear that there should be no other third entity involved in this process. I would just like to conclude or raise a question here, that is, this should be the starting point. And quite often we think that it is ineluctable that platforms work to prolong this idea of independent work, that the platforms are going to destructure the labour relations. So this is assumed as unavoidable, when there's not unavoidable that this business model can prevail. For example, in Denmark, Uber taxis wasn't introduced because the social partners and the government, the trade union organisations, there was a position that there were rules that were applied to the sector, that is the passenger, individual passenger transport, that is taxis, and these rules had to apply to any company that became part of this, and so they understood that they would have to use the collective bargaining agreement, and that would be the same for all workers, and so they wasn't introduced. And so in terms of labor relations, it depends on these political figures. And so the debate is an open debate, that is when we assume that there's a labour relations, that is when we assume that there's an employer, then we can presume that these rules can be part of a labour code, and so these workers have the same rights as any other workers whose labour conditions are regulated by the labour code. And so once again, this starts up that this is the second level, and I think this is the second level of discussion that is going on in parallel with the first one, that is the recognition of the labour situation, that is the recognition of equal rights, and so of goals, or similar goals with regard to working hours. That is to accept that there's a labour situation, there's a labour contract, but not accepting that there are limits in terms of working hours, not accepting that you cannot, that it's forbidden, and it should be forbidden, to cancel an activity by way of algorithms is a contradiction. And so this is a very difficult field, and so we have to regulate things differently. And the collective agreements in Denmark that were entered into, just to conclude, entered into as a cleaning company, there was a platform, and defines this. It defines working hours, and it defines that the worker has a labour contract with the platform after 100 hours of work on the platform, and it defines the minimum working hours, maximum working hours, and what was signed this year was just it, and the Federation, the Danish Federation, was curious. They established a minimum wage. They established gradual wage increases and working hours. And so there were collective bargaining with minimum clauses. It is a process that is beginning, but obviously we are talking about a country where most of the regulation and the working conditions goes through the collective bargaining agreements and not to labour legislation. Thank you very much, Maria da Paz. And so this reflection on how the new business model challenges institutions that regulate the labour conditions or social protection. And so there's still a lot to say about this reflection, but the platforms are service providers between the consumer and the mediator, rather, between the service provider and the consumer. And so they are a service to the consumer. Are they the employer? I don't know. Well, that has to be discussed. But I think Armindo Silva has a European view on these questions, and no doubt he will bring us a contribution on how the discussion around these issues are being discussed in Europe and what challenges does it bring to social protection. Armindo.
Good afternoon. Let me thank CoLABOR for the invitation, which allows me to contact with your work. I'm not here as a partner in social dialogue. I'm here to reflect on a series of questions in relation to which I've been reading. Let me reiterate the words of Mr. Pedrosa. For some time now, we're seeing a huge disruption in the labour market, caused on one hand by technological changes linked to AI, artificial intelligence and digitalization as well, and also because of demography and globalization. It is true that the first forecast on these changes on employment were a catastrophe in the first years of the century. Currently, we have some studies based on more sophisticated technologies, which are give us more mitigating views on employment and the quality of employment in view of these changes. If we look at the reality in the last couple of years until the pandemic, we realize that technological progress registered in the last decade has been followed not by a decrease but an increase of the unemployment in almost all of Western countries. There are studies which establish a positive correlation between the introduction of robots and job creation. And apparently 4 out of 10 new jobs were created because of digitalization. If we take a look at those countries where robots are more frequently used, such as Scandinavian countries, Germany and Japan, even in the US, they are the countries with lowest unemployment rates. There is a paradox. Actually, maybe the paradox can be explained if we think that workers in a given doing a given work to different functions, they are not exposed to the same risk of having their work eliminated, but they have to adapt the tasks adapts to the new reality. This is why OECD, on the study of the employment of new technologies, realized that only 14% of employment is threatened by automation, but 34% of work in employment. What has to be done is a change of tasks in view of this impact. COVID pandemic has obviously added some complexity to this scenario. according to the recent reports of the World Bank, based on the inquiries in big companies, it's probably that the COVID will contribute to an acceleration of investment in AI and robots, and explained for several reasons. Firstly, companies are going to react to these crises through changing their business models. And then the renationalization of global value chains, onshoring, will make companies reduce their labor costs, because we're going to low salary production units into high salary production units. And finally, many companies will try to control the risks which occur from physical proximity, the increase of e-commerce, virtual meetings. According to this study, most of the companies will think about rapidly digitalization of their work process, of 44% of the labor force of the big companies operating remotely in the 5 years after the pandemic. It's also true that these changes could be potentially positive for job creation, which will be higher in several millions to the job elimination. All these forecasts surround us with a great deal of uncertainty. Not always the will of these companies, which is demonstrated in these inquiries, happens in practice. If we look at the recent times, it's possible that some investment plans have been changed in view of the energy crisis, of the disruption in the global supply chains, and the duration of the pandemic. So it's very difficult to be assertive in relation to the type of technological progress and its impact on employment. But there are two conclusions where there is a great alignment in the most recent studies. The first conclusion is that new technologies have caused a great change in the level of qualifications. Some will remain obsolete forever, and other qualifications are scarce in relation to an increase in demand, high level cognitive skills and social skills and interaction skills. We need more and better opportunities for training, so that skills should be adapted to the new demand. And if it's possible to actually create jobs that forecasts point to, for instance, the study of the Economic World Forum points out that 40% of the current workers will have to be more qualified to be able to adapt to new technologies. The second conclusion is that this new world of labor is going to be more unequal. The workers whose competencies are adapted to the new profiles and will have better job opportunities because these qualifications will be upgraded. Those who have no possibility to have access to more vocational training are going to be suffering impact, as well as the workers with low qualifications and low salaries, which, according to the most recent studies, will be those who are mostly afflicted by a post-COVID disruption. The new types of work associated with digitalization cover a wide range. Organized labor, digital organized labor is very well known, but we also have 0 hours contract, on-call work, and the truly autonomous work through subcontracting. We must recognize that these new types of work open up opportunities, particularly for the young people. They allow a better work-life balance. They are compatible with several occupations, so further income. They are in most cases opened door to labor market by migrants. And finally, they flexibilize the adjustment process between supply and demand, so contribute for an increase in global productivity. It's also true that many of these labor types create new social risks, because these workers will not be socially protected, which the dependent employees have, but they don't do the benefit of the autonomy that self-employed have. We've also heard mentioning the work conditions in platforms. Have nothing to add in relation to this narrative. Let me just quote a few figures. Before the pandemic, there were 24 million platform workers in the EU, but only 3 million had this as a primary activity. The world considered a marginal secondary activity. 2 million represent a bit more than 1% of the global labor force. The typical platform workers is a young person with medium or high qualifications, but they work only using their basic qualifications. The man-woman ratio is 60-40, and most of them are qualified as self-employed. In relation to companies, there are more than 500 active platforms in the EU, 3/4 of which belong to companies with head offices in the EU. It is a market representing around $14 billion currently, with grows 5 times in the last couple of years. And because these platforms they perform a very important social economic role, which is the intermediation between supply and demand, using digital technologies which allow to adjust demand and supply instantaneously and accelerate the circulation of goods and services, even at international level. There is a social economic role which is important to enhance, but we have to think that in many of these platforms base their business model in labor practices that lead to social injustice. It is obvious. And this happens because the labor relation in this new labor legislation is not adapted to this new world. Most European countries' regulation has a binary classification: dependent worker, dependent employment, and self-employment, such as service providing contract. But the work which is carried out in platforms is right in the middle of these two categories. There are several indicators of dependent work, particularly in deliveries, in driving, in distribution. But on the other hand, there are many platform workers who can choose to provide service in a given time or space. So they have a sort of room for freedom which is higher than the normal dependent worker. So we do have a situation of legal uncertainty, which gives rise to the more litigation, and there have been a great movement in courts in Europe surrounding this question. The most recent trends have been in favor, particularly in the high instance courts, to the recognition of this new reality. The European Court of Justice has ruled that the classification of dependency is based on the concrete activity carried out by the worker and not in the formal contract of service providing. This is the basis so that other high courts, namely in Germany, have been in favor of these limitations to workers. There's been an Uber regulation of the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom which consider that Uber drivers should be considered as workers and not as self-employed, which guarantees their right to minimum wage, pension, And in opposition to what case of United States, Uber has accepted this ruling. It's not strange, the fact that in the UK there's not a binary relationship, but we have three categories. We have the self-employed, we have the dependent worker, and in the middle we have the worker, which has some labor rights but not all. And this facilitates somehow this classification and trying to find some clarity. The European Commission, as mentioned before, is right now in the process of a consultation with the social partners to adopt measures to define these sort of relations, not just to put a stop to the legal uncertainty, but also with a will to improve the labor conditions of platform workers, but also to define the responsibilities of member states when trying to decide the regime that cover the workers which work on provide transnational services. We have until the end a proposal by the European Commission. Between the options, there is a presumption of labor relations, so these should be considered as relation is in employment. If a given number of requirements is complied with, and the company can't prove the opposite. The other options are the reduction of the burden of proof for worker and the creation of an administrative entity that can certify labor relations. There is an uncertain future for this initiative. It's not going to be easy because the employers are against. They prefer that the question is raised at worldwide level, and the European Union doesn't have any competencies in labour law. The treaty only grants competencies in aspects having to do with labour conditions and workers, so the European Union cannot define one labour relation in terms and this is an area of the exclusive responsibility of the national states. To conclude, I'd just like to say the following. The definition of the legal status of the work relations is very important. It opens up the door to social rights and social protection, or labor rights rather, but it doesn't guarantee per se a satisfactory social protection because the current social protective systems do so-called Bismarckian model are designed to respond to the risks that a full-time worker can have. So, but what young people have nowadays are careers with in different situations, with a great deal of interruptions, and which much shorter than the previous. So there is a need to revise some aspects of the social protection mechanisms in terms of the eligibility deadlines, the portability of rights, and access to vocational training, which has been quite unequal if we look at figures between dependent workers and self-employed. Well, this is all I have to say in relation to this topic, but I can't continue in the Q&A. I believe that these interventions have left us with many ideas about what is changing. And let me stress this last part of the intervention of Mr. Silva, saying that technological leaps always imply changes in the relations. If it does not happen, we'll end up by having a change because of lots of coverage. And this discussion, which surely we're not going to conclude today, but this debate whether these two categories, self-employed and dependent worker, should be used for this transition or should accept a third category. It's a very stimulating discussion on the future of work with implications on the future of social protection. I'd like to invite you to take the floor, and because the COVID makes us stand up and speak to the microphone so that we all listen, I'd like you to make your observations and put your questions now.
I'd just like to say a few things. One is about the UK case. In my opinion, the reason Uber's staying is not so much because of the third category, but because of a characteristic of the regulation of working hours, which allows for 0 hours. So 0 working hours. So one of the points in the judgment is that he's a worker, but he's only a worker during the hours he's given to work. And I think that's fundamental. And the fact that the member states regulate activities of this type more or less rigidly in terms of labour terms has led Uber to leave certain countries, but hasn't left an empty space in this area of activity. And so in most countries, there's sometimes national solutions that are found on national territories, and sometimes they're even fairer. But so it's not the government that's going to make a better deal. A relationship, a labour relationship, depending on some labour laws, but then it has a added social protection, is paid through insurances or public protection through the social security. So Uber there didn't take on many responsibilities. This has been used by Uber to negotiate with the European Union and do their own lobbying. But the truth is that, in my opinion, to open the door, and I'd like to talk about this, to open the door to a third category may lead to the total decharacterization of the category of the decent one that we know, and because it's the oldest one doesn't mean that it's old-fashioned. Now, the fact that we are witnessing technological changes, as we can see nowadays, and these permanent technological changes, and sometimes they result in quality alterations. But sometimes means that at each time society has to say which changes it wants to keep and which it doesn't want to keep, and how it's going to keep them. So I'd like you to think about this. Thank you very much. Okay. Would anybody else like to say something? Okay, well, no volunteers. So I suggest that we have would like to go. So I would like you to react to this question. And the question is raised by a colleague. So could you put the microphone very close to your mouth, please? Thank you very much. Well, the question of the third category already exists in Portugal. That is those who are economically dependent, and allows for protection in terms of employment. So the question is to know whether it is it can protect in these atypical situations. So it can be readjusted and evolve. It exists for the purposes of social security and not for the rights of labour. Yes, that is why I think that it's not a solution for the problem, but it doesn't take into account national bargaining, etc. And so this doesn't mean that it cannot evolve from there. That can be a starting point, but I don't think this is the line that has been followed by the current government, which, as you know, presented last night, that is presented for discussion, a number of proposals in the area of work, and one of them is this proposal to adopt the principle of presumption. Indelible presumption. So a worker is considered to have a labour relation as long as there are two points in the relationship between him and the platform, or them and the platform, and them and the client. But basically what the Portuguese government is doing is to try and include in national legislation the option, the harshest option, within that range of options that the European Union put forward for discussion. And so that is how the current government is doing. We don't know what's going to happen with these proposals here. I'd like to mention an aspect that is often ignored, and that is the active measures for vocational training. Now, in Portugal, we have a situation which is quite different as regards to the atypical workers and wage earners in access to the forms of vocational training. Because according to the OECD, we have only 40% of the salary engines have regular contacts with the vocational training institution. This is very low in European, and for self-employed it goes down to 20%. And so we can see that it is much lower in the case of atypical workers, and so they have the workers are the ones who really need to access forms to be requalified and to be better prepared, given that they don't have a fixed job and they are conditioned by the changes in the labour market, and it is to them that the training, the active policies should be aimed at. And so I'd like to say that when we compare the expenses between the unemployment benefits and expenses on active measures, there are three euros for active measures, and we're not surprised that with the countries that spend more on training actions and subsidies or benefits, that those on the labour market have a fairer and more dynamic labour market. I'm talking about Denmark and Sweden. Thank you very much. There was only one question, but it was an excellent one. And it's a question which because of this idea of the creation, because of the third category, which is not agreed by all. So we have to think of the following. Now, the statistics on working online on platforms, as has already been mentioned, show that there's a very high percentage of works in Europe that are involved in work of this type. But the platforms are there. So this idea of working goes beyond what we already know with the individual passenger transports. We have a whole couriers, we have a number of areas that could be put in platform. And so this was seen very clearly with the pandemic and the boom of telework. That is, as a teleworker working from a home is regulated within the framework of labour legislation, is going to be, up to a certain extent, a service provision, or a third category that is halfway between some rights and not all rights. So it's very important to take this into consideration, because in fact, when we create a third category, we're opening the door to replacing workers that were already, but in the first, like wage earners, with all their rights and duties are related to the labour code and collective bargaining agreement, with other workers in these conditions. Now, this is obviously going to happen. Not all sectors and not all activities, not all occupations can be Uberized, but many can be. And so this is a major risk. And you're right in terms of 0-hour contracts. These don't exist in Portugal. They're forbidden in a number of countries. And so in England or not, it's not just by chance that the United States and England were the epicenter of these sectors experiences, and then they're sort of disclosed in countries in the south of Europe, given of the critical unemployment situation. But we have to be very careful, because to consider that the right to work and regulation of work are part of the past. That means they belong to the past. Is not to understand what is at stake here. On the other hand, the idea that is, when we look at statistics and we try to understand what the profile of people who work on platforms is like, then of course it depends on the type of platforms. For example, in Denmark there are platforms of journalists, interpreters and translation, which in the case of interpreters and translators, they manage to negotiate a collective bargaining agreement. There's a whole number of people. And it's interesting, for example, in most cases, I understood of the transformations. At the beginning, there were young students who were on the platforms for part-time. No, now it's immigrant workers with very little schooling and low levels of education. So I think in Portugal, those who talk to people and accompany the situation in Lisbon and namely in Porto, there's a transformation of the type of workers on platforms. In the individual vehicle and transport, where complicated situation, the point of view of illegal work, etc. So labour conditions, working conditions, etc. So I think that this idea of a third category will prevail. As Paulo Pedroso said, the idea of economically dependent worker for the purposes of social security works, given that these workers where 50% of their income is from the same entity. This entity is responsible for discounting for social security, national insurance, and that's up to a lower percentage than a entity with full responsibility. So here there are labour relations where people do not don't have their rights protected, and so it's interesting if we look at the draft law that the government announced 3 or 4 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, on decent work. There is a part that talks about the workers who are economically dependent and the rights of representation and the rights of a collective agreement, but not the right to be elected. Now, I think that this requires an in-depth discussion, because when we regulate and we think that we are handing out rights, we may be taking them away. And nothing says in the Portuguese constitution that workers, freelance workers cannot be represented by trade unions, or the trade unions that represent them cannot take a number of questions of this nature to the collective bargaining table. And so when we regulate, then we have to be careful to not limit the conditions, workers' conditions. So I think that there's a question that requires a great discussion of workers who have less rights.
So this is one of the great objectives of these sessions is the discussion. It is proven that is worth discussing this topic. Not all countries, the rules are approved by AI, or only few, or elections are decided by AI. Even the legal or statistical concepts are defined by us. Maybe when I started working in the ministry 26 years ago, all the permanent fixed term were atypical, the self-employed, the term contracts were atypical, even the businessmen were atypical. Statistical concepts follow society's rules, but we're talking about telework. I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know what we're talking about. 1 year ago in November, when we had the second lockdown in view of the increase in the COVID numbers, one of the things that we worried my read was that a lockdown and still the COVID, the traffic was still on the road. So, it's because people just took children to school. We made a quick inquiry to more than 10,000 companies, divided in regions, and more than 1,300 companies had only teleworking 1/3 of the companies. In these companies, with teleworking, only 1/3 of the workers were in teleworking, and at the time it was mandatory. Not talking about March, April, and everybody was at home very much afraid and children not at school. No, we're talking about November. So teleworking, what are you talking about here? So why do we spend more in unemployment benefits than in the active measures for employment? So this is called the TSU, also affects unemployment, an amount for unemployment benefits and the active measures for employment. If we favor more unemployment benefits than the active measures, maybe this is part of the answer. Social security is not just calculations. We must have political commitments and social commitments, not just between the government and the political partners in parliament, but also social partners be involved to make the decisions. I have still a couple of questions. There are a great deal of uncertainties yet, but solutions are always made based upon what we know and not based on science fiction. So what is disruptive for us, it's very close. We do not have enough distancing. Sometimes we want to have a statistical indicator when the phenomena is already past phenomena. I don't know if we can keep up with the rhythms, even in terms of the information to make decisions. Many of the studies we make are based on the scenarios which have a high level of uncertainty. Thank you very much. Before concluding, although there are not really conclusions of this sort of session, I'd like to take away some trends which I'm very much impressed with, which can help us to discuss over coffee break or in other periods, in other occasions. There is a question having to do with the future of work. Something we can anticipate, which is there is a new stakeholder, which is just not the one we used to have for 200 years. We don't have a work as a relation between man and the machine. we have work as involving a human being and a learning machine. And this relationship implies that a part of the future of work will be concentrated on those functions that the learning machine cannot perform, and our society is not prepared to concentrate on these functions. Going back to the study that Amindu talked about, I would summarize in 3 verbs. Human work for the future is the work of deciding, interacting, and taking care of. Caring. So this is what the algorithms find greater difficulty, and the learning machines have more difficulty in performing. And this will imply a change in the way we have to learn during our life. And I'm worried, and I'm even more worried now after being in this panel, if there is a trend which can be seen in the Portuguese experience of the last 30 years, is that we have greatly increased our human capital. We have trained new generations, we have great capacity, but we are slow in bringing to the labor market this increase of capabilities, and we're not acting in such a way that, in particular in lifelong education, opportunities do not keep being more unequal. If we have an equal access to education, we don't have equal access to lifelong learning. José Luis touched upon the basic question, how this can be caused by the financing of public policies, which was defined 60 years ago. These balance, even when we talk about the single social tax, is, for instance, the vocational training joins another subsidy. So the part of the revenue, and nobody is asking whether it is over-evaluated or under-evaluated. So basically, this amount is fixed around 5% for decades now, and we do not question whether the whole of the labor force would require more or less money. Namely, as European funds are not becoming as strategic, this reflection can be raised if we'd like to change the comparison. This will be very important for the future of social protection. We cannot just look at the future of contributions. The welfare state, using the terms that we currently use, we really look at distribution policy, but the pre-distribution policy, the way we invest in education during the lifetime, and how can this be a part of the social security system. In my mind, there is a very important reflection, a third one. Whether you like it or not, the appearance of new elements in these relations is a challenge to legal relations. I always remember one of the factors which has given rise to the modern social security was not aging the first contributions because of occupational hazards. Why there was this need to protect occupational hazards? Because they were thought in terms of Roman law, in the perspective that the worker is entitled to compensation if the employer is the guilty party. How to attribute a guilt to the machine? So in practice, the employee was guilty for having lost his hand because he didn't work properly with the machine. The need to introduce a mechanism of compensation for occupational hazards, which is not linked to the guilt of the employer, the guilt of the worker, but linked to the probability of the accident happening, is one of the elements which gives rise to the whole social security system. We find in the viewpoint of it eventually being necessary to have a series of a system of social insurance, so to set aside the compensation level and to sort of go into a common risk management. At the origin, it was a specifically German question. So the socialists really agreed in the superiority of the state in defense of common welfare. For instance, when the British import social security, they transformed it in a mandatory insurance in terms of mutuality, which gave rise to the commercial aspect of insurance. So are we in view of an identical challenge to the one which made us create the principle of the insurance covering occupational hazards? So in terms of the AI, how are we going to do this? So I'm afraid we are late. So nobody really needs 30 minutes for a coffee break. So we'll meet again at 4:30 with a coffee break of 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, one and all. So I would like to introduce the speaker of the last panel, who is going to talk to us about the automobile sector and the future of work in the Portuguese automotive sector. A lot has been talked about this, and today we're going to charge ahead. And it is a topic of great concern because of the importance that the automobile service industry has in terms of employment. It's got important figures in terms of national terms, and a lot has been talked about the challenges of the future. That is how they can or cannot be opportunities, or on the contrary, are they threats, and they will end up by occurring. Whatever. And so David Mosler, who is in the expert in the regional office of the International Labour Organization, so he's made a number of studies on the automobile sector and the social dialogue and about and so recently David Mosler has worked for the European Commission. Hello, David. I'm introducing you, she's saying. And is an expert in GIS in the south of the Caucasus. He studied economics and political sciences in New York, London, and so through this digital transition, he's going to be with us in Teams.
Today? Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Congrats. So I pass the floor to you, David.
Well, thank you so much for the well wishes and for having me and for the friendly introduction. Bom tarde. This is about the extent of my Portuguese, unfortunately, despite the fact that this is already the second report on Portugal that I have co-authored. But I will give you a presentation in English today, nevertheless. Now, I think this bestows an honor on me that I may not fully be deserving of, as the report that I'm going to talk about to you today is actually the fruit of joint work between the ILO and a number of colleagues at CoLABOR. But nevertheless, thank you for the opportunity. So I will be talking to you about the future of work in the automotive sector in Portugal. You may be asking yourself, why is this sector interesting to look at? Well, obviously it is a relatively sizable sector in the Portuguese economy, but also I think it's interesting because it epitomizes some of the crucial challenges of our time. In particular, the challenge of the twin environmental and digital transitions discussed throughout the conference today. And when we're talking about the auto sector, we're really talking about the interaction between climate change and the economy, the impact of technology on workers and consumers, and both the strengths and pitfalls of globalization. We can therefore look at what's happening in this sector as a case study for some of the broader structural transformation trends affecting the global economy and our societies. The work I'm presenting to you is work in progress, and it stems from a report that the Portuguese Prime Minister requested from the ILO prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. While the time of the request is not the reason for this, I nevertheless have a disclaimer to make in the beginning. The COVID pandemic, despite its grave impacts, will not be a focus of our discussion today, nor is it really a core element of the report. So I wanted to say a few words on this before diving into the main aspects of our report. But first, let me give you an overview of what I want to present to you today. So I will start with a characterization of the automotive sector in Portugal and its place within the European production network. I will then briefly talk about technological developments and the evolution in business models in the sector. And this will be followed by a brief overview of the policy and institutional landscape that is shaping the ongoing structural transformation in the sector. Which will then bring me to my last topic, which is working conditions in the sector. So this sketch will give us some indications of the associated labor market challenges that we see. I will focus a bit more on the structural aspects of the sector, but maybe in the the discussion afterwards, we have time to talk a bit more about some of the labor market aspects. So first, let's talk about the elephant in every room in the past 2 years, COVID-19. COVID-19 impacts on the automotive industry were multifaceted. Lockdowns, factory closures, border restrictions, and revenue losses disrupted the supply chain, while retrenchment, restrictions on the movement of people, and income losses collapsed demand. In the Portuguese automotive industry, this led to about 25% lower production levels in 2020 compared to 2019, and a 33% contraction in vehicle registrations. Now, this is mainly the primary effect of the pandemic, but there are also longer-lasting secondary effects, such as component shortages and increased price volatility in commodities. So we will see how much production is affected in 2021 and 22. We already see some figures in Portugal, but also in the broader sector in Europe that indicate that there continues to be a production slump. Concerning impacts on workers, the most immediate impact showed in the use of temporary or partial layoffs. These were used extensively by the sector, assuring affected workers 2/3 of their regular pay while they were out of work, with 70% of the costs absorbed by public funds. So these temporary partial layoffs, this is similar to the model that was first introduced in Germany in response to the global financial crisis. Now, most European countries have applied these types of measures in order to cope with the COVID pandemic. You see here in the graph that the layoffs peaked in April 2020, with nearly 32,000 workers covered by the scheme, which is over 70% of the sectoral workforce. So this is a substantial figure, right? But since this figure has gone down. The keen observers among you will observe that this implies a substantially smaller employment figure than the one mentioned by Professor Mail earlier today, but I will explain in a moment where that discrepancy might come from. Interestingly, this year the scheme was also used to overcome the challenge of microchip shortages, which you see in the slight uptick in the graph towards the right. Maybe one highlight to give you from these figures is that minimum wage workers were hit substantially harder by temporary layoffs than other workers, accounting for 1/4 of peak layoffs in April and May last year, which is substantially above their 9% share of sectoral employment. So that is a bit of a concern, but at the same time, it's somewhat similar to what was observed in other countries as well. In the meantime, most workers have returned to work, although there is some fluctuation due to supply chain bottlenecks. One point important to us at the ILO, of course, is that the return to work was well coordinated through agreements between the sectoral social partners and the government. We have also observed some complaints from trade unions concerning increased pressure on workers to take responsibility for safety measures instead of their employers doing so. But all in all, it seems that social dialogue worked well in negotiating the pitfalls of the challenges related to occupational safety and health. But let's move on to the main topic of my presentation. Now, the automotive sector finds itself in times of rapid structural change, driven simultaneously by changing consumer preferences, stricter environmental impact regulations, shifting global markets, and the emergence of new technologies and production methods. The industry is undergoing radical shifts that are affecting the structure of global production networks and their workers. So these changes are, of course, not bypassing Portugal, and the future of the sector is highly contingent on how this process is navigated. When we set out to do this research, we try to answer 3 questions that are crucial to understand in order to steer the future trajectory of the sector. And this is what you see on the screen right now. The questions were, where does the Portuguese automotive industry stand in regards to technological change in the sector? What are the impacts of these changes on the workforce? And how are technological changes shaped by the policy environment? So, before outlining some of our findings, I want to do some housekeeping just to be sure that we're all on the same page. And this speaks also to the discrepancy in employment figures that are floating out there in various research products. Now, Our analysis concerns the automotive sector as defined in European and international statistical classifications. So we mainly look at CAI 29, as it's called in the Portuguese classification, which encompasses 3 subsectors, namely manufacture of motor vehicles, manufacture of bodies, and manufacture of parts and accessories. The latter in turn includes manufacture of electric equipment and electronic equipment and other parts and accessories. So when you're thinking of other parts and accessories, think of anything from car seats over bumpers, brakes, exhaust pipes, gearboxes, right? So the components of a car. I mention this because it has been a point of contention in our interactions with some stakeholders in the sector, but also so we know what we're talking about in the automotive sector. We consciously made this choice to delimit the sector like this to better be able to analyze working conditions and to compare the sector in Portugal to its competition across Europe. So, we needed this statistical classification in order to have more detailed data on the working conditions. That was a crucial aspect. First, we tried to map Portugal's role in the European automotive production network. The sector is sizable and a growing employer and contributor to GDP. It directly employs more than 44,000 workers, which makes up about 6% of manufacturing employment. It is responsible for approximately 5% of GDP, although value added is lower due to a relatively high import content of production. Now, the industry is driven by 2 poles, large subsidiaries of original equipment manufacturers, or OEMs, as I will refer to them throughout the presentation. They really think of the big car brands, right? So large original equipment manufacturers on the one hand, and an expanding subsector of component suppliers on the other, in particular within this part of other parts and accessories. Now, the sector is an export powerhouse, with 80% of production being exported, which equals a quarter of all manufacturing exports in Portugal. 94% of these exports go to other EU countries, so it is highly focused on the European market. But this is within the nature of the sector because actually in all regions of the world, there tends to be a concentration within each region. So there are not that many components that are actually shipped around the world, short of some like microchips. So as our research aims to be more forward-looking, we try to focus on the structural elements that can give us a hint at where the sector might be going from here. And that the picture that emerges is really a complex one. The sector is highly connected to the European market, which shows in its strong export performance, but also in the high import content that drags on value added. It's also highly reliant on foreign direct investment, and decisions are often driven by foreign ownership. So nearly 10% of the firms in the sector are foreign controlled, but these 10% of firms actually account for over 88% of production. So especially the large firms are foreign owned, of course. Both of these figures are substantially higher than in overall manufacturing. So the automotive sector is unique in that aspect. Investment overall has retrenched since 2010, with the exception of 2017, when Auto Europa, the biggest vehicle manufacturing plant in the country, invested in a platform for the production of a new model. So looking beyond Portugal, this is increasingly becoming a concern, right? Because multiple direct competitors show higher ratios of investment to value added, including Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia. And the same is true when we're looking at investment per person employed. So there seems to be a certain lag. Now, while FDI inflows in the sector in Portugal peaked slightly earlier than in most Central and Eastern European or CEE countries, implying that it may have reached a later stage of the investment cycle, evidence from CEE countries in the years following the global financial crisis suggests that the period of rapid expansion has stopped there as well. So that assessment also seems to be borne out by sales figures for the European market. Overall, in the EU, sales of new cars have leveled off, and especially younger customers are delaying the purchase of first cars. So this is not like in the European context at least, it's not really a growth sector. That's something to keep in mind, right? In terms of technology, the industry in Portugal is still highly reliant on internal combustion engines, or ICE, as we call it. According to our calculations, nearly all assembled vehicles and roughly 70% of component exports are ICE-based. Moreover, the sector has a rather weak connection to the rest of the economy, at least when we assessed it through input-output data. So its multiplier effect for the overall economy seems relatively small. It's actually the third smallest amongst all manufacturing sectors. Now, while employment in the sector has been expanding, it is important to note that new jobs are increasingly precarious and lower wage jobs. So the sector does pay higher wages than the average in the economy, but it pays comparatively low wages compared to other countries, and the gap to other sectors in the economy has been shrinking. I'll talk a bit more about that later. Considering all this and following existing literature, Portugal neatly fits the picture of an integrated periphery of the sector in Europe, compared to the core automotive manufacturing countries such as Germany, France, Italy, and the UK. To visualize what that means, I'm here showing you a stylized value chain smile curve. So this curve provides a graphical representation of the relative contribution of the various stages of production to value added. It illustrates essentially that pre-production activities such as R&D, product development and design, and post-production activities such as marketing and sales yield higher value added than production activities encompassing logistics and manufacturing. The various functions along the smile curve are geographically distributed within the European region, with countries specializing to different extents in different functions. Portugal clearly specializes in production, so it finds itself really in the dip of this curve, representing the lowest value-adding segment of the value chain. To demonstrate what this means in reality, I'm going to show you a spatial representation of the European automotive production network, illustrating this core periphery dynamic by showcasing a measure of value chain positioning. What you see here is a map of the European Union with a different color shading representing the ratio of the share of domestic automotive value added in total European automotive value added to the share of domestic automotive employment in total European automotive employment. Now, I understand this requires a little substantial mental arithmetic to grasp at first glance, at least it would for me, but let me walk you through it. The higher the ratio of value added to employment, the darker the color in this map. So a ratio of less than 1 denotes a peripheral country, indicating that a country's share of employment is greater than its share of value added. And these are the light-colored countries that you see here. Conversely, a ratio greater than 1 denotes a core country, indicating a country's share of value added is larger than its employment share. So these are the darker countries, right? You see Germany, Austria, the UK here in particular as being some of the darkest. The ratio of Portugal is less than 1, 0.44 to be specific. And this is quite similar to other peripheral countries, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe, such as Poland. So this neatly summarizes the peripherality of Portugal, as well as the fact that peripheral locations tend to be active in lower value-added segments of the value chain, and specifically at the bottom of the value chain smile curve, right? So a country like Portugal, consequently, has a large stake in regard to prospects from technological product and process changes, as well as organizational changes. So it enable production and jobs to shift back to core locations, commonly referred to as reshoring, eroding the importance of labor costs and location decisions. At the same time, digitalization could increase the relative importance and value added of pre- and post-production activities concentrated in these core regions. So that would further deepen the U-shaped value chain smile curve. This is the risky position that the sector in Portugal finds itself in. And due to its foreign dependence, decisions on its future will not be exclusively in the hands of Portuguese firms. So let's talk in a bit more detail about the changes currently affecting the automotive sector. The industry is undergoing structural change, which is driven by digital and environmental transition, the so-called twin transition. So, what we've been discussing in the conference all day long. And an important point here is technology is really more of an enabler to navigate the environmental transition, but it's important to highlight really that it's not the driver of structural change. Instead, the twin transitions are a catalyst driving technological change in products, manufacturing processes, and business models. Now, I don't want to bore you with a lengthy description of specific technological changes in the automotive industry, but it's important to clarify some key points to have a better understanding of what is changing, what might change, and what's unlikely to change in the Portuguese context. The first major distinction is between technologies in production processes versus in products and services. Production processes are transformed by automation, new materials, tech-assisted work, and digitalization. New products include electric vehicles, modern batteries, software-driven system integration, etc. Looking at production processes, the two main developments are automation and digitalization. Whereas automation typically refers to the automatic performance of tasks by robots that were previously performed by workers, digitalization refers to the creation and use of data to link and improve machine systems and work processes. Now, this seems like a neat differentiation, but actually the line between automation and digitalization is becoming increasingly blurred. We're not only talking about the installation of industrial robots anymore, but about digitally enabled technologies that are commonly summarized under the term of Industry 4.0, right? So this includes cobots, so robots that are working together with humans, but also things like exoskeletons, drones, and automated guided vehicles. So where does the Portuguese industry stand within the structural transformation? Well, at this point, it looks like it has some catching up to do. While the automotive sector has been a global front runner in robotization and robot use, it has leveled off at a relatively, robot use has leveled off at a relatively high level in Portugal. The sector remains rather labor intensive. So this is what I showed you with the map a few minutes ago, right? And technology adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies is comparatively low, and there are few technological developments generated within Portugal. There are some exceptions to this, such as a handful of IT service providers, and actually a couple of the major OEMs have established subsidiaries in Portugal in recent years as well that are focusing on IT-related services. And I'll give you one example. We talked to the CEO of a Portuguese IT firm that is helping global production sites to further automate assembly lines. So that is quite innovative. And we've also observed some real-time data analytics displayed on shop floors, although mainly in the larger factories and foreign subsidiaries. But broadly speaking, technology adoption is relatively slow and very uneven. So you see it in the big firms, you barely see it in the small firms where work is still much more labor intensive and traditional. Excuse me. In addition to the uneven technology penetration in production processes, the high reliance on combustion technologies on the product side will become an increasing liability as the sector is rapidly shifting towards electrification. Between EU and national environmental targets and the pronouncements of OEMs to lower carbon footprints, adaptation periods for the sector, particularly for suppliers, will be very, very short. To illustrate the amount of pressure, multiple OEMs have set targets to completely electrify their fleets by 2030 or 2035. Now, you got to imagine that lead times for the introduction of new technologies are often around 3 to 4 years. So you can imagine how fundamental of a change this is going to be between now, at the end of 2021 already and 2030 when these fleets are supposed to be completely electrified. Moreover, predictions are that the value chain smile curve alluded to earlier will become deeper. That means more value creation will take place in the development of digital technologies and after-sales services, in both of which the Portuguese sector is currently not deeply involved, with the few exceptions of IT companies that I mentioned. Therefore, the fundamental question is really twofold. Can Portugal attract decarbonized vehicle manufacturing at a larger scale? And can it upgrade its place in the value chain, right? So these are kind of parallel processes that need to be tackled. There are promising niches such as Toyota Caetano and Mitsubishi Fuso, but within passenger vehicles, at least to my knowledge, there are no clear promises on new production lines for electric vehicles. As over 70%, as I said, of supplier production is directly reliant on combustion engine technologies, the shift that is needed is really a massive one. With new technologies, business models are changing as well. This is neither a new phenomenon nor is it exclusively driven by technology, but technology plays a crucial role by facilitating new business models, by reinforcing some old ones, and by creating new business opportunities in forms of products and services. So the first aspect to highlight is just how centralized decision-making in the automotive sector is. OEMs are driving change in products, processes, and business models, and often directly enforce their strategies on local subsidiaries and tier one suppliers. Or they do so indirectly through product and process specifications. So really the majority of the supply chain just has to fall in line when a decision is taken in Volkswagen headquarters in Wolfsburg or a similar place of one of the other brands, right? And OEMs have put an effort into increasing flexibility and reducing slack that transpires throughout the supply chain. So they're much more focused on the supply chain below them. And this has fundamental repercussions on working conditions. While the Portuguese sector has benefited from outsourcing initially, which is one of the ways how OEMs increase their flexibility, this dependency on central decision makers is also a reason for the prevalence of fixed-term contracts and agency work, which is a point I will return to later, right? I mean, the OEMs, they're trying to become more flexible, so they outsource. At the same time, in order to keep flexibility within their supply chain, they enforce flexibility within other firms. On the product side, managerial models have largely aligned around the principles of lean manufacturing and just-in-time production. These paradigms can, of course, further benefit from automation and digitalization, both of which can aid process control and increase the information flow about production. But of course, this also opens the door to more control from the outside, especially on logistics and process data, which is increasingly shared along the supply chain. In this sense, lean manufacturing really is ripe for the application of Industry 4.0 technologies. So, collecting all the sensor data and connecting it is clearly in the interest of the lead firms within the sector. And multiple car manufacturers in core countries are investing heavily in upscaling data collection and analysis in attempts to effectively establish Internets of Things within their supply chains, right? Looking beyond Portugal at the global industry, value capture is increasingly driven by diversification, financialization, servitization, and new tech alliances. Now, I won't go into detail about these aspects, but in many ways, this is to the detriment of Portugal, which employs, as I said, a much more traditional model that is focused on assembly and is relatively labor intensive. To give you a glimpse, the share of financial assets and overall assets within Portuguese firms is very low compared to core countries. So it's 8% in Portugal versus 47% in Germany and 25% in France. So you see money is made elsewhere in the lead firms, and the margins are relatively squeezed lower down the value chain, including in Portugal. So in sum, the Portuguese manufacturers find themselves in a bind when trying to navigate their future role. On the one hand, value chain upgrading would require investments in product diversification. On the other, much of the sector is not really free to make such decisions alone, and instead has to rely on favorable decisions from OEM headquarters in Germany, France, and other countries. Looking at the policy environment, it's clear that the structural transformation of the sector is driven by EU and national policy efforts, especially on decarbonization and digitalization. So this is the point I made before. It's really, it's the environmental change that is legislated that is forcing this change. Many of these technologies were available to a large extent already, but weren't used because it was still fine to build combustion engine cars, right? And maybe most relevant in the policy context is the European Green New Deal, which establishes a net zero emissions target by 2050. The EU's 2030 Digital Compass can be seen as an industrial policy with implications for the sector. There is no clear-cut strategy from the European Union for the automotive sector yet, although there are obviously discussions. But the Digital Compass has implications, especially in its effort to strengthen microchip manufacturing in Europe, but also with a broader strategy on digitalization of the economy. Another important set of policies at the EU level are on research and innovation support. Portuguese research institutions and firms have been quite successful in attracting funding through EU programs. At the same time, internal funding into R&D has been relatively lacking. Looking at labor market policies, firms we talked to did not really voice any major concerns about the current labor code. Now, that may be because it continues to allow substantial flexibility on the use of fixed-term and agency contracts, despite efforts by the current government. So that's one of the things that we're looking at in the policy recommendations of the report once it will be published. Another aspect is that collective bargaining continues to be hampered since the Troika period. And as a result, contract precariousness is prevalent while wages have been stagnant over or even falling in real terms, which I will give you a bit more detail on in a second. The hiring boom in recent years contributed to this development, with a disproportionate number of new contracts offering low job protection and lower wages than are standard in the sector. Concerning industrial policies, the field is really crowded. I mean, we have a long list of different policies that somehow touch upon the auto sector over recent years in the report, so I won't go into detail on this. But there are many recent efforts at national and EU level as industrial policies have seen somewhat of a return to grace, especially in response to the increased trade volatility, globally speaking, and changes in perceptions during the COVID pandemic. How these policies will ultimately impact Portugal remains to be seen, and much of that, I think, depends on how they are funded. So in that sense, it's promising to see that the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, or the PRR in Portuguese, allocates 750 million euro to decarbonization of industry and 650 million to digital transitions of firms. Now, while the plan is not explicit on the auto sector, it is clear that part of that funding is supposed to benefit the sector, right? And the most explicit effort will be support to establish a battery supply chain in cooperation with Spain, capitalizing from the lithium resources prospected in Portugal. Having in mind all of the things we discussed so far, the position of Portugal in the European production network, the evolution of technology and business models, and the policy environment impacting decisions in the sector, looking back at past developments may not be sufficient to extrapolate trends for the future. Nevertheless, the sector showed substantial employment growth in recent years, which is reason for the hope that it will continue to play a strong role in the economy. And the diversification in components is a promising sign in that regard, despite the current high reliance on ICE-dependent technologies, because these firms often develop more locally without major FDI injections. So that's different from the first wave of the big car plants being installed in Portugal, especially with the expansion in the 90s. Now, what can we say about this employment growth in recent years? Well, it was mainly driven by other components and by vehicle assembly. In other components, we see increasing diversification and growth of a couple of major suppliers. In vehicle assembly, much of this growth stems from the introduction of a new model assembly line at the Auto Europa plant. Much of this hiring, and nearly half to be specific, took place on fixed-term contracts, increasing inequalities within the sector. This is really one of the returning subjects in all of the work the ILO has done on the Portuguese economy since the global financial crisis, that this labor market segmentation between fixed-term and open-ended contracts is a continuous issue. Now, this inequality manifests itself in the wage distribution as well, where there are substantial differences along contract types, as well as a strong gender pay gap. Now, I don't have time to show you the detailed data on that, but there clearly is a segregation visible in the wage figures as well. Now, it's not all bad when it comes to wages, don't get me wrong. Wages in the sector are higher than in the broader economy, and they're higher than in total manufacturing. Nevertheless, in relation to both, automotive sector wages have been falling in real terms since 2015, coinciding with the hiring spree of the sector. So this is what you see in the graphic on the left-hand side here, right? Moreover, wages also rose substantially more slowly than in the main competitor countries in Central and Eastern Europe, which is what you see in the graphic on the right. So my apologies for the lack of clarity in that graph, but the dark blue line is Portugal, and you see that it's only Portugal and Spain at the bottom where wages have stayed very consistent since 2008. In all of the Eastern European countries, they have picked up substantially. And this is important because the argument often goes that higher wages are not affordable due to the strong competition from Eastern Europe. But in fact, this argument does not really hold, as wages there are now quite similar to those in Portugal. And the difference is really that competitor countries are benefiting from closer integration with core markets such as Germany, but also that they've made stronger investments in productivity growth in recent years. So this is really a crucial angle to think about for the sector. Now, where does this leave us? The core points to take away from what I have presented are the automotive sector in Portugal is part of this integrated periphery. It finds itself in a relatively low value-adding segment of the supply chain, and it's highly dependent on FDI and foreign ownership. As a consequence, it is highly dependent on decisions from the outside effectively, right? Also, its competitiveness in recent years has relied much on keeping wages low and maintaining flexibility rather than upgrades in productivity. Now, at the same time, the global industry is undergoing a structural transformation driven by environmental concerns and the emergence of the digital economy that forces change and will require adaptation in the sector in Portugal as well. In the report, we briefly sketched potential scenarios, not to predict the future or assign likelihood to their unfolding, but really to sharpen the view of the most decisive issues that will determine the future of the sector. So you see a graphic representation of these scenarios on this slide. And it's useful to think of potential outcomes along two axes of change. The first being location strategies of OEMs for the production of decarbonized vehicles and their components. And the second being national strategies to move the sector into higher value-added activities. Now, scenario A on the upper right quadrant here relates to a future in which OEMs would continue to favor offshoring, including of decarbonized vehicle assembly, battery, and other component production, and of some higher value-added activities such as digital services and R&D. Now, this would be a highly favorable scenario for Portugal in terms of value upgrading, and Portugal would be well prepared to receive parts of these services because it already has a good skills base and so on. But again, I'm not saying anything about the likelihood of either of these scenarios. Industry insiders are not completely clear on what is happening either. In scenario B, OEMs would offshore decarbonized vehicle assembly, but higher value added activities such as engineering, R&D, digital services would remain mainly located in core countries, with lower value added activities such as assembly, parts, and component production offshore to peripheral locations, including Portugal. The existing industrial infrastructure in Portugal would adapt to the requirements of electric vehicle production, and parts and components manufacturing would remain strong, with a new or additional specialization towards electrification. Bluntly put, this is the scenario of running forward to stand still. It requires change to maintain similar levels of activity as today, right? Scenario C on the bottom left quadrant, OEMs would reshore decarbonized vehicle assembly. Portugal continues to assemble combustion vehicles, decreasing production levels as demand contracts and fleet emissions regulations are gradually tightened. Now, this scenario implies the gradual decline of the sector in Portugal, so essentially a fizzling out, right? As long as combustion vehicles and electric vehicles exist in parallel, there will be a role, but it will be a shrinking sector. Finally, in scenario D, OEMs increasingly concentrate assembly and battery production in 4 regions, spurred by national reindustrialization policies and a new industrial setting that favors reshoring. Now, this would certainly imply a decline of vehicle assembly in Portugal, and the impact on suppliers would be dependent on developing successful niche products and services. Now, I could have touched upon many more topics from the report, which will come out at some point early next year, such as questions on skills, occupational safety and health, or the impact of technology on the routines of workers. But we need to stop somewhere, and I want to leave some room for discussion. I also won't dive into the policy recommendations. As I said, partly it's work in progress, but also we want to keep a little bit of ammunition for the launch of our report. So I'm not going to lay it all on the table today. Instead, I will leave you with this outlook on the potential trajectories of the sector and hope for an interesting discussion. So thank you very much for indulging me and for having me. And I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, David. Tivemos aqui cenário algo preocupante sobre o futuro do setor automóvel em Portugal, mas também necessário. Acho que a vantagem destes trabalhos é precisamente antecipar cenários e soluções para esses cenários em tempo. E, portanto, aqui também...
This work developed with CoLABOR. CoLABOR, we are looking forward to seeing this and reading your study. And so one of my questions is, what would be the public policy suggestions to be able to help overcome, or to be able to move on to a new business model and rise in the value chain and be competitive in this new market that's coming. So I would now like to give the audience the floor for those who have questions for David.
I'm sorry, I hear so I didn't understand much of what was said.
Do you not have any translation? Do you have the translation? You didn't understand?
No, is there translation in Microsoft Teams as well, or should I just switch to the...
It should be with your iPods. That's okay. I can. What I was saying is that it was a dark scenario for the Portuguese sector. It's also been mentioned throughout the day. Some of the concerns you mentioned. One of the questions I was going to put to you is what is the role that public policies can have in order to tackle the problems you mentioned.
Okay. Yeah. You know, we didn't set out to paint a dark scenario, and as I tried to say throughout my presentation, there are some bright lights within the industry, of course. But it's just to say that this is really a structural transformation that is affecting the sector in all countries. So in all countries, they're trying to figure out where to go next. And you've seen in the last 2 years or so how rapid this transition has been. I think when talking about the role of the public sector, the main points to make are that in order to support the sector, really a strong and coherent industrial policy is needed, right? And when I say coherent, I mean it's not just a question of creating incentives for the industry itself or supporting R&D. You know, these are all aspects that are important, and you know, access to funding for SMEs is another one that always comes to mind. But it's also thinking about how industrial policy is affecting other areas of policy making. So this concerns in particular skills policies, and there Portugal has made vast advances in the last couple of decades. It's really one of the most impressive cases within the European Union in terms of skills advances, but maybe more targeted approaches are needed from the policy-making side, and more support to integrate learning with industry at an earlier stage is needed as well. So, you know, one of the things that we're thinking about is, for example, the use of dual study programs, right? I mean, there's already this dual approach in vocational training, but at the university level, this is much less prevalent. And this is something that the sector in Germany, for example, has been doing for quite a while now, where you have students at university level, engineering and so on, who are integrated within the firms and also have this dual approach like in the vocational training system. So finding ways to shape coherent policies, and this is a lot about interaction between the different portfolios within the government, is an important aspect. And another important aspect, and you know, I wouldn't represent the ILO if I wouldn't say this, is that of course the structural change needs to be negotiated through social dialogue as well, because ultimately it takes all of the actors of the real economy to achieve an outcome that is beneficial to society, right? So it's not just a question of rendering support to firms so they can stay competitive, but it is also to think about what needs to happen in order to prepare the workforce that is currently in the sector for these drastic changes, which means upskilling and reskilling for many of these workers, but it will also mean absorbing some of the workers that, because you know they're at an age where probably retraining doesn't make much sense anymore and so on, that these workers are absorbed either elsewhere within the economy, or that the social protection mechanisms rip and help them to transition a bit more easily. Now, there are no clear-cut answers on this, but it's just to say that these complex approaches need to be negotiated within a government, but they also need to be negotiated with sectoral representatives, including workers and employers. And it's one of the things that we observed in social dialogue, and I only briefly mentioned that collective bargaining and social dialogue have eroded a little bit, especially during the Troika period. But one thing that's clear is that not only are many of the collective bargaining agreements relatively old and they're only being renewed, so there's not really renegotiation going on, they also only focus on very traditional topics such as wages and working hours. And there is barely any discussion at the social dialogue level on navigating these technological transitions. And that's dangerous in my eyes, and it's an issue in the sector everywhere in Europe. So we observe this in other countries as well. But really, the two sides, the workers and the employers, need to come together to navigate this change together.
I'll alguma questão? Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
And I was told I can go on the YouTube channel to hear the English translation, so let's see what that was.
Now you have
you will definitely be hearing
Pamela,
English.
that you can.
So thank you very much for this very clear presentation. Actually, I have a question about that colorful map of yours with the different countries and the relation between value added and employment and the people working, you know, the one
Yes.
with, okay, because it would help me understand it better if I understood what made, for instance, the UK be a red country. Were you talking? Were you talking about the auto industry in particular, or was it general?
Yes.
Okay, because they actually don't really have one, but and therefore.
It's gotten small, that's true. Yes.
So, is it because of financialization, or what made him have this relationship? Because that means, I mean, it calls the scheme a little bit into question in a way, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, financialization is one of the aspects, obviously, because it's one of the value creators, but so is remaining engineering activities and R&D that are based in these core countries. Now, it's true that obviously the automotive industry in the UK has taken substantial hits in the last couple of decades, so it has been declining over time, but what is remaining is a higher value-added segment, right? So they still continue to add value, but they have less workers. Now, if it plays out like in the UK, this is a scenario that from a social perspective, obviously a country like Portugal would want to avoid, right? Like having a high value-added industry that barely employs anyone raises this question of distributing the gains within society. That's clear. But if we look at the other countries that are dark on that map, Germany, France, Italy is a little darker as well. Austria, where you have big components manufacturers in particular. I mean, the Austrians don't really have their own brands, but they are highly integrated also in high value added components with the German market. So that really the message of that map is that in order to become or move a bit closer to the core countries, you need productivity upgrading, right? And productivity upgrading will always imply to an extent technology absorption, of course, and that brings with it the risk of displacing certain workers. But this is where the policy measures come in order to navigate what is then happening. I mean, in an ideal scenario, you increase productivity through the use of new technologies, and that leads to growth of the sector, so employment is not lost ultimately, right? So I hope that makes it a bit more clear.
Yes, it did. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mais alguém que queira colocar uma questão? Yes, I was asking if anyone has another question to put to you. So I have one. You mentioned throughout your presentation, you mentioned that funding will be fundamental, and funding for reskilling, but also going up in the value chain. Which areas do you think Portugal could have a major importance in that value chain?
Well, that's where one needs the crystal ball a little bit. I mean, obviously, looking at battery production is one of the ideas that the government and the sector are embracing. How this is going to play out is very difficult to predict, because if we're looking at what's been happening with battery manufacturing so far in Europe, it is highly centralized in a way, because the economies of scale. So you build these gigafactories that are producing such vast amounts of batteries. So you then also need the absorption capacity around it in terms of assembly plants that can take this. But also there's an added issue of logistics when you look at the battery supply chain, because batteries are very, very heavy. So transporting them from a battery manufacturing plant to an auto assembly line is very expensive if those two are relatively far apart from each other. So winning in the battery race will be probably one of the determinants of whether or not the sector will end up doing well in Portugal, I would say. Beyond that, there are a couple of niches of electronics products, and obviously I think the encouraging sign, and this is what I mentioned in the presentation as well, is IT services. Portugal has been very successful at attracting IT companies in recent years, in any case, beyond the automotive sector as well. I mean, I remember there's a Google office in Lisbon, Facebook has a subsidiary over there, and these are just kind of the headliners, right? There are more IT companies as well. But the automotive sector also has established a couple of development centers in Portugal. So I think that is one of the highest value added niche products to look at. Now, how much employment that is going to create is a little more difficult to say. It's probably not in the tens of thousands. So that's the first caveat. The other caveat is that it's unlikely that you're going to transform somebody who has been working on an assembly line in a manufacturing plant into an IT professional, right? So these two parts of the supply chain are very far removed from each other. So this is something to navigate. And this is where, again, government policies, I think, come in. So depending on how it goes with the larger assemblers, right? I mean, if they attract electric vehicles, they will manage to continue to employ a relatively substantial number of people, but it will be less than in combustion engine car production because there are just less components. But if that doesn't work, then there's still the question of what you do with the people who will lose out from this transition, and helping them to move into different sectors, including within manufacturing, will be a crucial issue. Now, specific products, I don't really want to go into detail on, and it's difficult to say, to be honest. But one of the things that we're referring to in the report is, at Harvard University, they have this lab that is creating this atlas of economic complexity. And there you see the relation between some of the products that are being produced within the automotive sector in Portugal right now and some electronics products that are relatively closely related to that. So this would need a bit more detailed analysis, which wasn't part of our report, unfortunately. But I think it gives a direction on where to look a bit further. I mean, I wouldn't pretend to have all the answers now.
Thank you, David. Eu acredito que a ministra está 10 minutos atrasada. One additional question I have to you, David, is do you think there are new models concerning, for instance, mobility that it certainly is going to reduce the number of cars? I read that each one of us in domestic use, we use only 4% of, you use only 4% the car in our, in 1 year. So it's a very, very low number. Do you think there is new ways to look into the industry, this sector, that can be also new business models?
Well, I can tell you, you can ask me again in a year or two how it's going to go once I've gotten rid of my car. So I currently own a car. I have 2 more kids on the way, so I will have 3 kids soon. And my definite plan is to not have a car anymore. Let's see what I stick to that with a larger family. Obviously, you know, there are a lot of things happening. So you also see that some of the automotive manufacturers have already moved in that direction, but more from headquarters locations. So in Germany, the big car brands have already diversified their service portfolio to include more leasing options and you know, installing city fleets and these types of things. So that's one of the things to look into. But it will ultimately imply a lower number of cars being produced. And I think it's important to also highlight that in general, the European market, because of demographic factors as well, is a declining market in the long run. You know, it's already highly saturated with the number of cars in comparison to people, and the number of people is shrinking, and you have a new, younger generation growing up that are less likely to own cars for various reasons, not just because they don't like to own. I think this is, you know, a little too simplistic of a story, but also because their life just looks different. I mean, there's less stability. You don't buy a house at the age of 20 anymore, and so on, right? So looking into solutions for that will be definitely something to consider. And part of the niche that exists in Portugal is probably well equipped to service another part of that mobility transition, and that is public transport, right? So you have a highly innovative bus manufacturer in Toyota Caetano based in Portugal, and they're already selling all across Europe. And this is also something that can, of course, be supported within the Portuguese market by the government through mobility strategies that would call for more investment in public transport. But it's important to be clear that this transition will ultimately shrink the pie that is to be distributed, right? So there will be less cars on the road. How quickly this is going to happen is difficult to say. We see a little bit of a counter trend due to COVID because more people are moving out of cities again. How strong this effect will be in the long run remains to be seen. I kind of have my doubts that it's going to last. But that would have implications for the need of people owning cars as well. But yeah, all in all, it's very speculative. So I think what we're trying to do with the report is to kind of just paint a picture that shows that it's important to embrace this complexity and think about all these different aspects without us really being able to provide a solution, right?
I think we have one question.
Thank you, David. Not sure this is working. Yes.
Yes.
Well, okay. Thanks. I think two main messages, kind of more striking, that I take from your presentation. One is the low value added of the automotive sector in the Portuguese context, despite its size in terms of the sector, but not so significant value added. And the second is the centrality of foreign investment and foreign control. And so I think that both aspects have implication in terms of looking forward, namely in terms of to what extent do we have, in fact, in terms of national measures, capacity to upgrade in the value chain, and so increasing the value added. And we could see in a dimension of kind of internal technological and productivity conditions within the kind of the traditional line of action existing, already deployed, versus a kind of an alternative, which is partly in what you were responding earlier, about developing technological competences on a kind of a parallel route, and so kind of leapfrogging in terms of learning processes. But do you see differences in terms of the capacity of national control, national influence in those? Because to some extent, we can take it that we do have little influence in terms of the foreign control, although we do have some if we develop the conditions. But where do we have greater conditions at national level, and in particularly in terms of workers' qualifications and skill upgrades? In terms of these two routes, a kind of incremental productivity gains versus a kind of more radical alternative technological route, more concentrated in terms of digitalization processes and eventually the kind of electrification process.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. I mean, obviously, incremental innovation is easier to achieve than radical innovation, right? So, and it's less risky, plain and simply. With radical innovation, you always need to live with the risk that many of these efforts will ultimately go off a cliff and never be particularly useful or productive. But I think it's not a question of choosing one or the other. When we're looking at the question of investment, one of the criticisms that we have, and this is where part of this dark picture comes from, is that investment levels within this sector, also in comparison to their profits and turnover, are comparatively low in comparison to other countries. So it's really a question of the sector looking at itself a little bit and asking, can we do more with the profits we're generating in order to be more innovative in what we're doing? And that probably points more towards incremental innovation, right? So process improvements, product improvements, and so on. And there are various strategies one can follow for that. Obviously, within the larger companies, they probably have the scale to do a lot of this themselves. For smaller companies, one of the things that is really useful in this regard is usually cluster strategies. And there's already a very successful automotive cluster in Mobinov that was established a couple of years ago. But this is one of the strategies to look at in more detail, and maybe to think about what are the clusters that could be established also for different subcomponents within the larger value chain. In terms of skills, again, I think it's not really a question of saying we need to train more engineers or more people who are familiar with process control or whatever it might be. I think the crucial aspect is to look at how the interaction between the education system and the industry can be improved. So yes, I mean, we have heard from various firms that they struggle to attract enough engineers, because Portuguese engineers, despite the fact that many more have been trained in recent years than in the past, are sought after by various industries, not just by the automotive industry. And there's a little bit of a winner picks first type of approach. So the smaller firms plain and simply can't compete with the salaries that many engineers can ask for in the market now. And an added difficulty in that is, of course, freedom of movement within the EU, because if you're a well-trained engineer from Portugal and you can get a job in Germany or in Scandinavia where the wages are substantially higher, then this is obviously an attractive prospect. But that's why I'm saying to me it's more important to look at how to integrate the industry more closely with educational institutions, and especially at the higher education, tertiary education level. There much more could be done, whether that is through more structured internship programs already earlier on. The same can be said for secondary schools, whether this is with dual university programs that are partly taking place in the university and partly within firms, and these types of approaches. And in order to enable the whole sector to benefit from this, and not just the larger companies who can stem this type of approach themselves, this is where I think more needs to happen in terms of supporting clusters, supporting more knowledge sharing and risk sharing mechanisms between smaller firms, because the majority of the sector are SMEs. You know, the majority of firms in the sector are SMEs, so they are the ones who probably are most in need of help in order to keep up with this global transition.
David, thank you very much. It was very interesting. We're looking forward for the study and to be published. Temos agora a nossa sessão de encerramento. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Temos agora a nossa sessão de encerramento com a Sra. Ministra Mariana Vieira da Silva, Ministra do Estado e da Presidência, que eu convido para se juntar a nós, assim como o Dr. Manuel Carvalho da Silva. Tivemos um dia longo, foi um dia bom, porque foi um dia em que tivemos todos presentes e juntos, como aqui foi mencionado várias vezes, já não estamos habituados a estar em palco e todos neste tipo de reflexão conjunta sobre temas que nos preocupam a todos e sobre novas ideias. Foi muito dito, não só sobre o setor automóvel, mas também sobre a evolução que estamos a sofrer, a transição climática, a transição digital e todas as matérias que estamos a viver do ponto de vista social e laboral. Ficaram alguns conselhos também, ficaram algumas dúvidas. Sem dúvida, alguns dos painéis dariam para muito mais discussão, nomeadamente em termos de evolução jurídica, em termos de evolução do trabalho. Foi, sem dúvida, pelo menos do meu ponto de vista, bastante interessante e algo a repetir e a trazer esta proximidade da discussão que muitas vezes naqueles quadradinhos, como se falou, não conseguimos ter. E eu passava aqui a palavra, então, à Sra. Ministra para que possamos fazer o encerramento.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Queria saudar e agradecer ao CoLABOR por este convite, saudar todos e cumprimentar pela iniciativa. Queria cumprimentar, na pessoa do professor Manuel Carvalho da Silva, todos os participantes neste debate. Como sabem, o programa do Governo tinha sido organizado em 4 desafios estratégicos e todas as medidas de política que lá estavam previstas obedeciam a esta organização de responder ao desafio demográfico, ao desafio das desigualdades, ao das alterações climáticas e ao da sociedade digital. E digo isto porque a reflexão que hoje aqui é feita é uma reflexão que se enquadra nesse mesmo espírito de olharmos para os momentos que se avizinham, para as transições que já estamos a viver, para as mudanças que já estamos a viver e pensar como é que lhes podemos responder no âmbito das políticas públicas, que não são apenas as que podem ser respondidas do lado da área do trabalho, mas as que obrigam a uma resposta transversal de todas as políticas públicas. E foi isso que até à pandemia vínhamos fazendo. No lado da resposta demográfica, e vou só aqui dar exemplos que se cruzam com os temas que aqui estão hoje a discutir, do lado da resposta ao desafio demográfico, reforçando, por exemplo, os sistemas de proteção social, a sustentabilidade da segurança social, diversificando e fazendo um caminho, ou iniciando um caminho de diversificação das suas fontes de financiamento. Do lado do combate às desigualdades, com um reforço muito significativo do salário mínimo e dos salários, e procurando introduzir alterações no nosso sistema de proteção social, iniciar uma mudança no nosso sistema de proteção social, de forma a abarcar pessoas que, por razões diversas, têm estado excluídas dele. No âmbito da resposta às alterações climáticas, fazendo uma aposta muito significativa nos transportes, não apenas na sua rede, porque essa é uma aposta sempre mais lenta, mas também no seu preço e na capacidade que deve existir das famílias poderem fazer esta opção num quadro de reforço dos seus rendimentos, tornando mais barato os preços dos transportes. Ou na área da sociedade digital, reforçando o investimento em investigação e desenvolvimento e retomando uma aposta, entretanto, interrompida na área da qualificação dos adultos e inovando nas respostas que temos para a área da formação dos adultos. Esta forma integrada, e como disse, escolhi alguns exemplos no quadro da discussão que aqui estamos a ter, era a resposta que vinha acontecendo até à pandemia. A pandemia trouxe, na verdade, além de muitas alterações na nossa vida, de todos, de todas as pessoas, de todas as famílias, uma aceleração de alguns destes fenómenos que já seriam sempre rápidos e muito abruptos para as sociedades em que vivemos e que foram ainda assim acelerados. E aquilo que aqui estamos hoje a discutir, as duas transições, as transições gêmeas, existem num quadro de transformação que nós vivemos no mundo do trabalho, que é marcado por muitos fatores, pelo envelhecimento da população, que é uma realidade inescapável e que se tem vindo a acentuar, também pelo facto dos mercados globais estarem mais integrados e por isso termos mais do que 40% dos empregos nos países da OCDE que são sustentados por consumidores que se encontram em mercados externos e também pelas dimensões tecnológicas que marcam a nossa realidade. Os números são aqueles que todos nesta sala conhecem, melhor do que eu. Um grande número de novos empregos estão em setores muito marcados pelo mundo digital. As encomendas de robôs triplicaram na última década, esse caminho prosseguirá. E, no caso dos países da União Europeia, praticamente metade dos empregos e das profissões vão ser significativamente alterados, 17% dos empregos estão sujeitos a um elevado risco de poderem ser substituídos, assim se pode dizer, por autonomização e outros 32% sujeitos a transformações muito significativas. E é por isso que as respostas na área das qualificações, na área do mercado de trabalho, na área da proteção social, são fundamentais. Isto é assim na parte da sociedade digital e também é assim nas alterações climáticas, com uma transformação muito significativa na nossa vida, que afeta mais alguns setores do que outros, mas que afetará, como aliás vemos nos dias que correm, fortemente a forma como nos organizamos em sociedade. Falamos muito de transições justas e é isso que se procura, que estas transições possam ser feitas com mecanismos de salvaguarda que permitam que elas sejam justas. É evidente que se estes desafios precisam de uma resposta de todos, nós sabemos que eles não afetam todos da mesma maneira, e isto está em causa tanto na sociedade digital, os empregos que se perdem não são os mesmos para todos e não afetam as famílias da mesma maneira, e as mudanças que estão em causa nas alterações climáticas também não afetarão todos da mesma maneira. E, portanto, nós precisamos de medidas, ou melhor, nós precisamos de cumprir as medidas que estão previstas e que são necessárias, por exemplo, para o combate às alterações climáticas, tendo sempre consciência dos seus impactos e das políticas que são necessárias para minimizar ou, em alguns casos, mesmo eliminar esses impactos. São transições que trazem ansiedades legítimas, que precisamos de compreender, que precisamos de encontrar respostas para elas, e para isso é muito importante mais conhecimento e mais informação. E por isso queria, neste âmbito, saudar o CoLABOR por este evento, mas muito mais do que por este evento, por procurar trazer essa informação e esse conhecimento que são fundamentais para que possamos tomar decisões sobre elas. Aquilo a que podemos chamar uma agenda de futuro do trabalho implica com muitas dimensões, que estou certa que hoje foram aqui afloradas, do teletrabalho, das plataformas digitais, da inteligência artificial, dos algoritmos, também dos direitos dos trabalhadores, do sindicalismo nesse espaço virtual. São temas que é muito importante que possamos discutir, bem como a formação, as qualificações, as competências e a importância crescente e transversal, sobretudo num país como Portugal, que ainda tem um déficit de qualificações importante para superar. E daí a importância de novos programas de formação para áreas prioritárias, como a digital, mas também a ambiental e a da energia que temos procurado desenvolver. Há, como aqui se dizia quando cheguei, além de tudo, realidades setoriais específicas que serão muito afetadas e com grande impacto em Portugal, de que o setor automóvel, no quadro de transição energética, é um dos setores importantes. Aqui, os impactos não só são sobre o trabalho, mas também sobre a composição do emprego e precisamos de nos preparar para eles. O Governo apresentou, para responder a estas dimensões, não só estas, uma agenda do trabalho digno, recente. É uma agenda que procura conciliar os temas tradicionais que nos acompanham há décadas, para não dizer há séculos, relacionados com o mercado de trabalho, mas também com temas novos, com realidades novas que emergem. Temas como o trabalho temporário, como o combate ao falso trabalho independente, como o recurso injustificado a trabalho não permanente, mas também temas como as plataformas digitais, os algoritmos e a forma como podemos proteger as pessoas e até conhecer esta realidade melhor do que conhecemos hoje. E também formas diferentes de nos relacionarmos com o mundo do trabalho, de que o trabalho remoto ou o teletrabalho são exemplos. Como aqui já foi referido, os últimos meses foram meses difíceis e meses de grandes alterações na nossa vida. E o impacto dramático que a pandemia teve na vida das pessoas, na vida das suas famílias, no trabalho, traz múltiplas tensões e agrava tensões que já existiam ou que nós já adivinhávamos para estas transições. E se é verdade que a pandemia tem um profundo impacto sanitário, social e económico e que podemos esperar que esse impacto tenha dimensões que são conjunturais, ela também nos deve servir como alerta de como este tipo de choques conjunturais, como aquele que agora vivemos nos combustíveis, na sua dimensão conjuntural, pode exacerbar os impactos desta dupla transição e reduzir a nossa capacidade de responder às tais ansiedades de que há pouco falava, porque elas de repente se tornam muito mais presentes e muito mais visíveis na nossa vida. E por isso é muito importante que, como sociedade, possamos saber responder a estas ansiedades, a estas frustrações, a estas dificuldades, quando vemos a sociedade como um todo afetada por duas transições que, de forma muito rápida, tiveram acelerações e impactos mais profundos. É muito difícil podermos ter uma agenda forte para enfrentar esta dupla transição se não soubermos conciliar o olhar sobre os desafios que temos, que existem.
The challenges that exist with these new changes. Mainly because a strong agenda to face these transitions means that there has to be a constriction of social majorities that support the policies that we want to define to face these transitions. So that is why it is important, I believe, to be able to, we can include in those who contribute to those changes all. Those who have had their rights at stake, severe forms of inequality in the labour market, and those the work for a few months in Portugal. They arrive, they belong to a company, and so we can know exactly what conditions they work. That's very important to know. And this ability to have an agenda that can respond to these problems of the future. And I don't dare say they're new, because we all know that some of them are just new forms of manifesting this, and they need a mobilization capacity that the whole of society must mobilize. I don't want to be too pessimistic. I think that we're far from being able to reach. That is why institutions, scientific institutions, and institutions that produce the knowledge of the state are important. The state and the different public administrations and the trade union movement, their work as representatives is important to build this mobilization, which is going to be necessary to respond to the challenges that we are faced with here, without them being exclusive to some groups, without creating excessive generational differences, and to try and unify, if I can say, the answers to all the challenges with which the world works. And here I include everybody. And so I would like to conclude by thanking CoLABOR for the work they have done in this area, and to launch the challenge of being able to deepen and reach out to increasingly more people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. So I'd like to close our work, and I would like to thank everybody who collaborated with us, and everybody who heard us here, and who heard us from home or work. And so I hope you have a very good day, and I hope you have a good trip home, and I hope it's not too difficult. Thank you very much.